Welcome in. We'll do just that. Honoring our veterans on Veterans Day on this November 11th, 2021. I am Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. This is the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. We kick things off. R&B, that's Rick and Bubba, will join us 1 hour from now. Eddie Van Adler has everything TV, Blaze TV, YouTube. How are y'all this morning, afternoon, or evening, however and whenever you're getting the show? Welcome in. Greg Burgess, how are you?
I'm good. Glad to be here.
That doesn't sound very convincing.
Oh, let me do that again. Man, I'm good. Is that better?
It was. Okay. A little bit. A tad better. Oh, I got it, yeah. A lot to discuss today. I know Bubba's excited. Probably bittersweet for him. We had a SpaceX launch last night that is the launch, Greg. There was some text going back and forth with the crew, not their crew, but our crew, on our team R&B text thread. And this was the launch that Bubba went to. It got scrubbed, and so
what
finally,
if he just stayed the whole time?
It'd been a while. See, I'd completely forgotten about it.
I do.
And he reached out last night. It was late for Bubba. He said, "Hey, if y'all are interested."
Yeah.
Now, I was actually watching a television show that had to do with space.
Wow.
So I was giddy anyway.
You thought, well, I watched fake space. Now I watch real space, I guess. If
I've
you
come
believe it.
across, I've been brought into the world of Hulu and their original content. And they have a show called, and it's a couple years old because it's been out a while. Sean Penn is the main astronaut, by the way.
No.
The First is what it's called. And they're trying to get a team to go to Mars. And
I can't take Sean Penn as an astronaut. I'm trying to think about him as an astronaut. That's tough.
He has, where I'm at in the show, he's kind of the old guy that's they didn't let go on this mission. Well, then the mission goes terribly wrong.
No.
And I'll just stop there because I don't want to ruin it for those that have seen it.
Yeah, go ahead, Rick.
But it's for mature audiences, need to say that, but it's a good show. I like the space world. The First.
Okay.
Sean Penn does a great job. There's several actors. Hulu. It's a Hulu original.
Oh, not the Hulu original.
And so I'm watching that. I'm like third episode in, maybe fourth episode in. I'm watching one of those, and I get Bubba's text. Hey, guys, we're about an hour away from the launch. So then I got dialed in.
I wonder how you felt knowing that was the launch. He was going to see, and he had to sit at home and watch.
Had to be bittersweet.
They did get a good jacket out of it.
Falcon 9 rocket went up in a flying 16,000 miles per hour.
That's getting it.
Yeah, how about that? Crew 3 mission to the International Space Station was successful. So
you
didn't give it anything.
No, I didn't. I mean, I'm okay with space and all that. I like it, but I don't know.
Saw something that I wrote this down. I know you've discussed this before, business names, certain business names, and I saw something, and look, we have awesome advertisers that promote this show, pay for advertising on this show. This company does not, but I have to bring this table because it caught me off guard. There is and it's upholstery, and I actually need some work done on a boat seat.
Yeah, a little upholstery need out there.
And so, do you know what the company's called?
Well,
and they're getting free pub here. I've always tried to find somebody, and what they were doing is I was in the place in which I work out, what I do is not work out, I exercise.
Yeah.
And they were there doing, I guess, like some of the benches and some of the things there. Talking about a play on words, Leave It to Weaver. I knew you'd give me that look. Instead of Leave It to Beaver, it was Leave It to Weaver.
Well, that's weird.
And I'm going to tell you, the truck he was driving was super awesome. Okay.
So he settled
Souped
that.
up. That's what I was
going. Leave It to Weaver.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know this guy may even be Mr. Weaver, probably, is listening to the show right now. Oh. And I never talked to him or anything, but I wrote it down because I actually need, I don't know that I'll ever get to this.
Yeah. It'll be when it comes back time to use the boat, you go, gosh,
it'll probably be springtime before this is the time I need to take care of it.
Sure.
But anyway, I just thought that was an interesting name choice for a business.
That's what you
Leave it to Weaver.
Leave It to Weaver.
How about that?
Yeah.
I figured you'd
creative.
Yeah. Well, you don't really mean that.
Nah, I don't. But I get it. Hey, It got your attention?
It did.
Is that not what it was?
I'll tell you what, two things got my attention.
The goal?
The fact that, because it says it real big on its trailer.
Yeah.
And then it gives certain things that they do the upholstery work on. And I'm like, wow, so I have been looking for something like this. I know it's a simple Google, but there's so many things that come up. Yeah. This guy happens to be right here. I could handle it. But then the truck he was driving stood out to me too.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Nowadays, the way they can wrap these vehicles, everybody's company truck looks good.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it was his truck was not wrapped. His truck was just, I don't know, it was just, it was a different color. It had some blue and it had red in the tires, and it was just souped up nice. And then you had the trailer that was there with that it was wrapped.
Well, you need to go ahead and call him, get him set up. I'm sure he's busy.
Greg?
I'm sure he is.
He probably is.
That's exactly what you better get on the list if you want that boat going by spring.
I know. The boat's fine. There's two seats where, after years of, kids being on boats and hooks and everything, you get one little thing, you get one little opening, then it starts to expand. And so I got two seats. I'd like to leave it to Weaver. I would.
Well, go right ahead. Leave it to Weaver.
When we come back, I got a question for you. I've realized I did something yesterday that I'm a little nervous about, and I haven't told the family. And I'm going to go ahead and get this out of the way because I think Amanda is still sleeping, and she will panic with what I'm about to tell you. And then I'm missing something that I didn't know I could still miss, and I don't want to get sentimental.
Oh,
but
you're going to take the squalling like old Rittenhouse?
Greg, wow, what about that blubbering fest?
Doggone, boy. I guess when you're on trial for killing people, you get a little emotional.
His life's on the line. I mean, no pun intended.
He couldn't even speak.
Now, that was there was a lot of oddities yesterday. You had the judge's cell phone going off to the tune of Lee Greenwood, okay? That was happening. And he's this type of judge, too, where he'll get on you. Yeah. He'll get on the attorneys. He'll tell them they can't do this, that, and the other. He wants a clean ship, and then he's doing that.
Yeah, that does look bad.
It did. It was inconsistent.
Hey, buddy, you getting turn your phone down?
But Rittenhouse is crying. Goodness gracious. You're talking about getting out of
blubbering.
Hand. Of course, everybody's hammering him about it. But all right, so when we come back, I've got to ask you something that I have not told the family, and I'm pretty sure this happened, and I probably need to make them aware. Oh. Probably should have made them aware yesterday, and I'm nervous about it because I know how they're going to flip my world upside down if I don't get to the bottom of it. Uh-oh. And then two, I'm missing something.
Missing like
I'm
lost
missing something.
Or
no,
missing?
No, like emotionally.
Gotcha.
I'm missing something.
Something wrong with you.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back. Hang with us. Hang with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, here we go. 21 minutes after the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess. Greg, you've had quite the morning, too, on your way in.
And a lot of times you're trying to get here and you get held up.
Well, we had even had that discussion yesterday going to our cars to leave about what time we were going to get here today. And Speedy's out. He's on vacation. I don't even think I've mentioned that today. So if you're just joining us for the first time this week, all's good with Speedy. He just took some time. His dad had open heart surgery a couple weeks ago. He is doing well. Hello, Mr. Wilburn. I know you're listening early this morning. Speedy's probably asleep, not taking care of you. That's a joke. He's probably up making breakfast for everybody.
He may be.
I know him. He's up getting after it. He's doing something. But anyway, he's up spending time with his mom and dad this week, and we miss him. So he'll be here next week for sure. You got two more days.
We'll limp through the end of the week.
We'll limp. And limp we will.
Get the gang back together.
But we were actually talking yesterday as we were leaving about what time we were going to get here. And I really did. I was like 2 minutes later than I wanted to be. And then when I got here, I was kind of shocked. But the reason you were not here when you said you were, we're going to do that next segment.
Yeah,
I
got held up.
You don't want to miss this story. And the only reason we're not discussing it now is because I need to say something before Amanda gets up.
Yeah.
I'm whispering. I know. It really doesn't matter if I'm whispering or not. I think I got a shot at saying what I'm about to say because the kids are out of school today because of Veterans Day. They stayed up a little late. Papa went to bed. And so she's probably going to sleep a little longer than normal today. So I think I got a shot at getting this in.
Good deal.
Yesterday, my routine is when I leave here, no matter what time, whether it's 10:30 or 12:30, I usually run by the house and let Coco out, our mini Australian Shepherd that we've had for 3 months.
Yeah.
And so yesterday, that was my routine. I go do that real quick. I open the back. She's doing this thing where she gets excited and she tinkles everywhere.
Yeah, they do.
They do that. And so we've gotten in the habit of I will open the back door. We have a back deck that it has rails on it all the way around. So it's elevated real high, like 20 feet off the ground. And so I always, you say you do that sometimes. I do that too sometimes too. And so I always open the back door and then I let her out of her crate. So she goes out there first thing, that in case the excitement hits her, it's hit her on the back porch and not in the house. Okay. So, and then I go. Then while that's going on,
if you're going to pee on the porch,
exactly. I mean, I'd prefer you go in the yard.
Sure.
But I've got to get the leash first and get that going before. So anyway, so she's on the back porch. Well, I walk out there to put the leash on her, and I realize I see a chipmunk. That is, and it's a nice big. It's a chipmunk squirrel fest at our house. We got tons of trees, tons of acorns, tons of. It's perfect for them. The perfect environment for chipmunks and squirrels. And so I see the chipmunk and I think, okay, if Coco sees the chipmunk, she's going to go nuts.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't want her.
You talk about peeing everywhere.
I don't want her to do something crazy going after the chipmunk and jump off this back porch.
Yeah.
Now there's rails and she would have to leap up a good ways to get it. But that was my first thought. So I kind of let her, she's messing with some leaves and playing or whatever. And so I kind of try to go over here and shoo the chipmunk over. Go back towards the steps downstairs is right next to our door that goes in the house that is left open, Greg.
Oh, no.
And so I kind of walk over and I shoo the chipmunk over. Coco has no idea what's going on. Chipmunk starts flying over. Well, there's a grill. Our cooking grill is like blocks my view of the steps and the house door.
Yeah.
And so the chipmunk starts flying over. Coco has no clue. She's playing, flies by Coco, okay? And I'm about 60-40 in favor of it went in our house.
You think it may have?
I think it may have.
Oh, no.
Because I immediately ran to the steps to look down to see, and I didn't see it. And I'm like, this is not the first time this has happened. This is one of those things where you can see, once you get it shooed over and it in the direction, you have time to get over there and look down and go, okay, there it ran off. I never saw it. I'm fully convinced that the chipmunk ran in the house, and I haven't told anybody.
You're just waiting for that call. Hey, something's in here. You know what's weird? And I don't want one in my house. Don't get me wrong.
I'm fully convinced it's in our house.
But why do we look at? We're okay with chipmunks, but we're not with rats.
I
don't want the chipmunk in my house, but I don't feel near what I do if you chased a big rat.
Oh, I feel like it's Alvin or Simon.
And when they're out in the yard running around playing, you go, "Oh, look at the chipmunk."
Yeah.
If it's a rat running around the yard, you go, "I got to mash that son of a gun."
My heart sank because I thought, "Oh goodness, now I've got a chipmunk in the house." So then I sprint in the house and I'm trying to look. Like Coco's looking at me like, "What are you doing? You just ran in the house like a madman."
Yeah.
And I started just searching and looking and listening, stop and listen, and I couldn't come up with anything.
But you didn't have time to fool with it.
But I didn't have time to fool with it. So then
You'll find out at some point today.
But I am fully convinced. It's like it's
so
60-40, 70-30.
You basically ran a chipmunk in your house and closed the door and left it with the family today.
That's what I think happened. That's what I think has happened.
It could be worse.
Maybe I'm wrong, but because
it's possible
there's a gate. That's a part of the back porch. So you've been over there. So the railing, you've seen the railing that I'm talking about, and it has that little seat. Well, there's a big piece of wood that blocks so Coco can't go under the gate to go down. So she'll hang out there a lot. For the chipmunk to get through there, it's got to spend some time getting through some things. And when I went over there, already gone. So there's no way it went down the steps, unless it leaped to its death.
They can fall; they're good.
But I'm telling you that thing's probably in our house.
Well, I'll tell you this.
And I started to bring it up yesterday.
You'll find out.
But if I would have brought it up yesterday, Amanda and Caroline, Maddie would have thought it was. She wouldn't have really known what to think. Braden couldn't care less about it either way. He would have slept with it last night.
Yeah.
They would have tore the house apart and had me tearing the house apart, making sure it wasn't in there before everybody went to bed. And I'll just be honest, I didn't have time to deal with that. Didn't have time to deal with it. I guess I'm.
So you just stayed quiet.
I guess I'll call Cook's Pest Control.
Well, remember what did Rick do? He had that one in his house. Remember Sherry had the trap, was chasing it with the trap.
Yeah.
The little cage they get in, not like them.
I got you.
It's like a live trap. You catch them live.
And I was nervous last night. I had to go to a sports parent meeting at the high school, and I just knew the whole time one of the kids were going to reach out and go, "Hey, there's something running around in the house.
Something ain't right." You left it with them. You didn't have time.
Greg, I'm telling you, there's chipmunk in the house.
There it is.
And you had quite the debacle this morning that we'll talk about when we come back.
I got held up.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes after the hour, it is the kickoff hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. Big day today. Lots of news and sports we'll dig into when the boys join us here in about a half hour. Adler in there running TV production. Mr. Everything Talented. That little fella in there is talented.
Yeah,
I don't think he likes me calling him a little fella.
That fella.
But that's a talented son of a gun that we got in there. RickandBubba.com.
And fine.
Yes. Goodness gracious. Letting his hair just flow.
Yep.
RickandBubba.com for everything, Rick and Bubba. We'll actually do our little recording for RBU today, Rick and Bubba University. That will drop on Saturday. Brad Edwards, our guest.
Brad Edwards.
Brad spent 25 years, I believe, with ESPN. He's written a new book, and looking forward to spend some time with him today. Will of Meat and play, Greg. I know you love the Will of Meat.
WOM.
I know you love the Will of Meat.
Well, it's got to happen today or tomorrow.
I'm going to tell you this, and when there's a man down and Speedy's on vacation, for those of you just jumping in, it's tough to run every single thing with. So I'm going to throw something by Rick today. I think we can pull it off.
Okay,
so
well, we can.
We may do it tomorrow. We may do it today. I don't know, but it's in play.
Don't call and ask. If you don't hear the music, we're not doing it. Because if you mention it, people start calling.
Where are you at on this song?
What is that?
I don't even know. I found it on Amanda's playlist a minute ago. You know, we do.
You mean to be? I know I sound like that music snob. It sounds exactly like every other hit country song.
Let me see what it is. I actually One Big Country Song by Low Cash.
It sounds just like everybody else.
I don't even know who Low Cash is, but a minute ago I was. We do Amazon Prime Music.
Yeah,
and so I've got my little playlist built, and I found that on Amanda's playlist.
Well, she likes Low Cash.
She likes that song. Probably fires her up. Probably makes her think of Daddy.
Probably not, but yeah.
Who's got us this
portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by, and this I can personally talk about this, HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You know about me and my Helix mattress. Well, this Christmas, get you and your loved one the gift you really want. Like I said, a new Helix mattress. If you truly want to be comfortable when you sleep, do it with a Helix. And right now, an extra gift for the holiday season, you're going to save $200 on your mattress, so don't put it off any longer. What you do, you go on there for about a 2-minute little quiz you have to take. You tell them you like soft mattress, medium, firm. Do you sleep on your back? Do you sleep on your side? They take all that information, and they match you up with the perfect mattress for all your needs. So when you visit HelixSleep.com/Bubba, remember you're going to save $200. Plus, you're going to get a 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. If you don't like it, you got 100 days. But I promise you're going to like it. I speak from experience. I just climbed out of one not too long ago. This morning, didn't want to get up, by the way. Like I say, you got nothing to lose. Your new Helix will ship right to your door, and you'll be saving $200 at HelixSleep.com/Bubba and getting a truly amazing sleep. You'll also find the link at rickandbubba.com, and that'd be under the old sponsors.
Thank you, sir. Good stuff there.
So there.
I love the fact that we can answer questions. We don't have to walk into a store anymore and lay on several mattresses and go. I believe I'll go with that one.
Remember how uncomfortable that was?
Yeah, I know.
I used to give all the displays. I'd be looking on my back, laying on it.
Speaking of uncomfortable, so you got up, you got after it. You thought, man, I'm gonna get here a little earlier today because me and Helms kind of had a plan and we're working some things. And then before you even got out of your driveway, you had a little roadblock. Tell us what happened.
Every morning when I leave, I never know. You know, and I had a good time. I was on time. I wasn't late. I was early.
I have to ask, did you make your coffee at the house? Because I know the other day you forgot and you were kind of bummed that you didn't have it on
my coffee pots let me down. It wasn't automatic. I could set a time and it would brew. Yeah. Well, now it's quit doing that because I guess I've worn it out. So I actually have to go in there and push the button before I get in the shower.
So you got in your truck with your coffee and thought, hey, good start to the day.
I did. I had to deal with Marty and Buddy a little bit. Marty likes to come over. That's Buddy's friend that doesn't live with us, but he's there a lot.
Yeah.
He likes to be there early in the morning for some reason. So Marty was there, and a lot of times when I go out and they've drug a shoe or a dustpan. I found a dustpan out in the yard that they took out there as I walked out. And then I noticed that their water was low, so I said, let me get that. So I was starting to burn a little more time. I thought, well, now I'm getting into me being early.
Yeah.
So I get down the driveway. I got a long driveway.
You do.
So I'm easing down there. The dogs are running beside me, and I'm looking at the end of the driveway, and I can see something.
All right, stop. How far out are you right now? 50 yards, 100 yards?
Let's see. The driveway is a quarter of a mile long, and I was probably about halfway.
Oh, so you could see. Wow.
And I was like, something. And there was another one of the dogs.
You don't have any lights or anything, though,
no.
do you? So you're moonlight only.
Yes, come my lights.
Moonlight Graham.
Yeah. And I see the other one of the dogs that lives across the street was down there at the end. I thought, that could be a fight. Anyway, so as I get to close, I look, there's something else. And I'm not talking about, I'm talking about laying in my concrete driveway. Right at the end is a full-grown doe that has been hit by a car.
Oh, goodness.
Look, don't panic. I mean, she was no longer with us. She wasn't suffering. She was gone. But I go, what am I going to do? One, Lisa will panic.
Yeah.
And two, I don't want to watch a deer decomposition at the end of the driveway, go through all them phases. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, my goodness.
And I'm going, and I'm looking at the clock. So what am I? And first of all, this is a full grown. This was a mature deer.
Deer are hard to pick up and move.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I thought, anyway, so I started, well, I'll drag it across the road, but that's still no better. I'm still going to have to deal with it.
Yeah.
You know, the buzzards are going to show up and all this. My first thought, well, let me get out of the driveway because Lisa will have a heart attack if she sees it.
Let me ask you this. Was there any way that you could, if you made this decision, went around it and got on the road, or would you have had to go over it?
No, it wasn't blocking me. It was
Okay.
just a little off to the side, but I got to think, I can't just leave. And this was a full mature, this wasn't, like when you got a bird or something ran over, a rabbit laying out there.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can't leave this. This is going to, what's going to happen? And I'm like, well, I know I'm going to make myself late. Anyway, so I popped the tailgate down like I'm on a hunting trip. And but hey, by yourself trying to get a full.
Hey, that's tough.
They're
not necessarily heavy. They're awkward.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, I got close to the tailgate where I could get up on the tailgate, reach down, and pull up.
Okay.
Anyway, so I get her loaded up.
So now it is. Now
and
what
I think,
do?
what am I going to do with her? I got to get her out of here. So I thought, well, I don't need to take her to the Vestavia City Center.
All right, let me ask you this. This is gross, but I have to ask. Bleeding?
No.
So you're not getting anything on you where you have to go back to the house.
When I first got out, I thought, well, I'm going to try to load this. It's going to get. But then I got looking, but God love her, she just got popped by the car. And
she could have died of COVID.
May have.
COVID's running in the deer population, from what I understand.
That's what I heard. I put the mask on. But anyway, so I get it. So now I go, at least, the carcass isn't laying in the driveway for my wife. And then, of course, watch, like I say, all the coyotes and everybody that would have showed up.
Oh.
So I've got that solved. And I thought, well, now what do I do with this thing?
Greg?
So I'm driving, and the way I normally go, there's the road I live on. It goes all the way out to the main highway. And then there's one that cuts off. It ends up at the same place eventually, but it's a little more secluded route. And I said, aha. So I found a stretch of road where nobody lives, and I got out. And,
is that
drug
what
up? But I got it off the road, up out of the way, up in the woods.
So you put it on somebody else's property?
No, when it was in the right of way. It was still in the right.
Was it?
Well, I don't know, but I had to go. But it wasn't in the middle of the road. It wasn't. But
so
what
you're
was
saying,
what was I supposed to do with it?
You're saying that no one's going to go check their mailbox today and be like, hey,
I didn't
somebody
take
put
my problem and put it on someone else's. No, there was. I made sure it was an area nobody lived.
Good.
Now that would have been bad if I'd have dumped it out in my neighbor's mailbox and said, "Now you deal with it." That wasn't the case. Now probably people that live by me, another one's going to get hit. It lands in their yard and will think I did it.
That's funny.
I promise. I put it in an area where there were no houses. Because I got to thinking on my way out, I said, I got to find
a
area.
Handle.
Oh,
my
I had time
goodness.
to fool with that. Loading up. I mean, and like I say, this was a mature. I mean, it was pretty good size.
There's
I
nothing
mean,
worse than
just
hitting
laying right there
on
the concrete.
Now, I know you didn't hit this deer. How many deer have you hit?
I've hit. That I can remember. I know I've hit 3, and one was real bad. The others were just like a clipped. Now they'll damage your vehicle.
No, yes, they
I
will.
was in it was a dealer car. I was driving for a dealership at one time doing advertisement, and the deer came out of the ditch and hit me. I mean, crashed into I'm talking about the whole front wheel, that part of the car. It destroyed it.
I remember that because that was the day you were turning that vehicle in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I've hit that, but I have hit a few things. But I didn't hit this one. I just found it after it'd been hit. But y'all, you don't understand. I would have had to went around it to get it. I couldn't leave that in the driveway. And again, and my first thought was, well, I'm just going to drag it across the road. Well, that's not doing me any good because I'm still going to have to deal with it decaying and all that,
And I know it sounds
Buzzard City.
strange to say because we're all hunters and we can harvest a deer with no issues emotionally. But it's sad to me when a deer gets hit by a car.
I can't stand it.
I don't like it.
Oh, it bothered me. Because I
can stare down the barrel of a rifle and no problem, but I can't stand when they get hit by a car. What does that say about me?
I'm the same
That's
way.
weird.
And when I leave at night or come home at night, there's deer, they cross the drive all the time, and I thought, well, that's one of them I've been watching. We're -1.
Well, I'm sorry.
I don't hunt at the house, right there by the house. Anything that runs there, it's just there. It's just kind of like, good to look at. So we're -1 now, but
What a crazy
But
start
I'm just
to your
glad
day.
because what I told myself after it was over with, I said, I'm glad I did that because if I would have just went around it or drug it on the road halfway here, I'd go, God, I should have got rid of that. I'm going to have to deal with it when I get home.
Do you think is Lisa, your wife, observant enough to know that if you'd have pulled it off the side, would she have seen it?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Well, no, it depends how far I pulled it
Yeah.
off. But she wouldn't have seen it, but when the buzzard showed up, she would have.
that's a good
It
point.
had a good smell.
And the dogs and stuff. have
Oh, the
been
dogs, and like I say,
wandering.
my two that hang out at my house, and then there's like 3 across the street. They were all gathered. You ought to have seen them all looking at me when I loaded it up. They're like, come on.
I think you did the right thing. Now, the person checking their mail today that sees it
No,
next to
it
it
was
don't have an
secluded.
issue.
Nobody will even see it.
I hate you had to deal with that. That's goodness.
I did purposely make sure I was on a stretch where nobody lived.
This makes
Look,
my.
how about this? There's dead deer laying on the side of that road all the time anyway.
I may have a chipmunk in my house, but you
I'm glad
I didn't have to deal with
that
that
I'm not
today.
second guessing myself because normally I say, man, I got to get to work. I'll worry about this later because if I had this hanging over my head right now,
and today's your long day too.
yeah, it'd
so.
have been bad. Nothing
All right.
good would have came out of it. I handled it correctly.
We'll be back. Hang with us.
that gravy, please.
51 minutes after the hour. Welcome back. Welcome in, whatever the case. Thank you for being a part of the show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess. It is the Rick and Bubba Show, and we're kicking things off this hour. Speedy on vacation, and he'll be back next week. So we'll meet and play today. I know you guys are fired up about that.
WOM.
Greg, I've been struggling with something over the past couple days, and I didn't realize that it has. And we can have some fun with this, but I'm not gonna start the blubbering at all. But I missed something that I have not missed in 20 years. The first time in 20 years I actually missed something this time of year. I thought I'd never say this again. I miss baseball. I miss baseball. I don't know. I have this week.
What do you mean you miss baseball?
This week, I have gone home and I have missed the playoffs. I've missed keeping up with what's going on with the teams that are still in it. I have a void that I need to fill because I miss baseball, and that has not been the case in 20 years.
Well.
How about that?
Well, we had so many things that made it, different. The Braves and stuff like
Kendall
that.
Graveman with the Astros, the Atlanta Braves, childhood team. I mean, there was
kept you interested longer.
It did.
Then you got into it, and normally you had done faded.
I was emotionally invested in this season.
That's right, and you hadn't been in a while.
I can't remember. I can't, and I don't know if it's because
it became and my wife Lisa was she loved watching it. It became, hey, the game's on tonight. Of course, I'd have to fall asleep.
With our entire family, it was like that.
And yeah, I agree with you. It hadn't been that way in a long time.
And I have found myself this week missing it. Like
Something
really,
about this week's got you missing.
I don't know why. I'm just like
yearning.
College basketball started, and the NBA's been going on. They never stop playing.
I got to work on myself and make myself. Greg, I like to watch high school basketball. I don't dislike the sport of basketball. But there's just something about college basketball I can't watch. I don't know what it is.
There have been several times.
Maybe it's because there's 9,000 games. I don't know.
Last weekend, this week, but it hit me this week.
I don't dislike the game at all.
I know,
and I appreciate the skill it takes to play it.
Well, usually I jump. When baseball season's over, if I have I'm not a big sit down and watch sports for a long period of time anyway. But if I have 30 or 40 minutes before bed or before I go somewhere or whatever, or while I'm catching up on some email or work, I'll flip on a game. And I just can't. I've tried the college basketball thing starting this week. Braden's all into basketball. He's a huge Atlanta Hawks fan, so he's has that on. And I just sit there the whole time and think, I wish baseball was on.
Yeah.
And this is the first. Look, we got an NFL game tonight with my daddy Joe Buck calling the game. Okay,
it's
on Fox. Baltimore at Miami, 7:20 kick on Fox and NFL Network. If you, it's on both. So if you want to dig into that, but like tonight, I'll flip on it because I'll feel like, hey, it's a Thursday night game. You got Troy Aikman and Joe Buck on the call.
And you love that.
I love watching Lamar Jackson. So
he makes it fun.
I mean, but I'll sit there and go, man, I wish the Braves were on, or I wish it's Kendall going to get the pitch tonight, and I don't know.
It was fun.
It was a lot of fun.
Now, I haven't just suddenly missed it this week like you did, but I did get into it.
Yeah, and again, it's just an emotion that I haven't had in 20 plus years.
Yeah. And I'm a Braves fan, but plus, like when Taylor was little, he's still a huge Braves fan, but we would watch it. He could watch the whole game. I couldn't. I couldn't watch the night, but he loved it. And I remember him when they were on that run, and we just loved the Braves. And then finally they're back, and it just made it good, made it fun.
Well, I don't want to romanticize about it and all that, and no tears over here.
I say squalling,
but I do. For the first time, I miss baseball.
You had a little void there.
I'd have.
The itch that need to be scratched.
Well, that's true. I mean, if you want to put it that way, that's true.
I get it, though.
90-something days, 94 days until spring training.
Good night.
For those of you wondering.
Now, I'm going to tell you, it's fixing to hit. When football's over and it's just basketball before baseball, to me, that's the worst sports time of the year.
There's a lull there for sure.
I'm like,
March Madness gives us a little bit, and, leading up to that. And, of course, you have – if you're a golf fan, there are several big tournaments that start the year off, and in tennis you have the Australian Open. So if you jump off in those worlds, you can kind of fill those voids. But But you're right. There is a lull.
I'll dabble.
There's
in
a
golf.
lull until spring.
Yeah.
For sure. Something we both love. There's a story out there, and I know this is going to catch some people off guard, but you and I both have this love for street sweepers.
Yeah, because we get to see one up close down here at the plaza. Because they work in weird hours.
Middle of the night. And so I guess probably once or twice a week, we will see one doing its thing down here in the parking deck at 3:34 in the morning. And the reason I bring this up is we have a story from a few days ago where a street sweeper was stolen. Now, try to say that real quick.
Street sweeper was stolen.
It had the police on a very low-speed chase.
I was fixing to say, you know how you see them overhead views of the police chase? Yeah. Imagine watching the sweeper trying to get away. Why don't they just get in front of it and stop it? I mean, it's not going very fast.
I don't know. This gentleman, of course, it happened at 1:30 in the morning, as we discussed. 54-year-old Sammy Allen was driving a street sweeper that had been stolen from a construction company working on a parkway.
Look, I get that you shouldn't do that, right? But let's be honest. He's just joyriding because you're not going to steal a sweeper. I mean, how you going to drive it home?
He could have been cleaning. He could have been.
He may have been trying to help.
Community service.
But my point is, it ain't like, hey, somebody stole a vehicle. They're going to steal it. They're going to strip it. They're going to sell it. Guy was taking a joyride on a street sweeper. That's all it was.
Well, he was traveling at speeds of 10 to 15 miles per hour. Now
breakneck speeds.
You do have to. He nearly flipped it over one time.
I want to know, did he have the brush going? Because you can turn the brush off and on.
I don't know.
I want to know if he was actually sweeping while running.
He rammed it into a garage.
That's never good.
And then
let me guess.
Because
might have been a little alcohol involved.
Because he continued to act in this manner, they put the spike strips out. The police put the
spike stripped
the
street sweeper. I'd say that. Spike stripped the street sweeper.
But see, he was going so slow he could see them, and he maneuvered around them. So I'm not making that up. That's in the
true,
story.
Though, if you think about it.
Yeah. So you normally at high speed you throw those out, and
then you
never even know. Yeah. So, but he was going so slow that he was able to maneuver around them. So how about that?
Don't you know that they got him out of? Hey, buddy, what were you thinking?
I want to drive.
What if he said, "I'm sorry, sir, but I can't stand the streets being dirty. I just can't. I had to do something about it."
Why don't one morning,
hold my beer,
when they're down here, we ask if we can make a run?
Yeah.
I want to do that. I really do.
I've never driven one.
I want to drive one. I want to drive one of those, and I want to drive what's the thing called that cleans the hockey ice?
Oh,
Zamboni. I want to drive one
I would
of those.
definitely like to drive one of those.
That's on my bucket list, those two things.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866, we be big as our number. We thank you for being with us. This hour starts with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba going forward. Speedy on vacation. He shall return on Monday. As we can, if you check that calendar, we're inching ever closer to the end of the 27th year of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we'll celebrate our 28th birthday in January, Lord willing. We do have an action-packed show today. What's eating Scott Gorowski? He will speak to us next hour. Says he's got a list of new things that are bothering him. So we'll talk to him. Also, may or may not, but we don't know how cell service works and the parts that where Gary the bulldozer man, the spur master, lives. But I did get a call from him yesterday. Says, "Hey, I might call the show tomorrow." And I said, "All right, well, if you just find a good sale." So that may happen today. Will of Meat has not happened. So you know now you've narrowed it down. It's either today or tomorrow. So, and across the way, let's get him in here. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, but most of you probably know him best as Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
That's a good one, Rick. I let that roll.
What do you say, Bubba? Sing it right here. Say.
I know only home when I'm up, when I'm down,
Hey.
when the wolves come around.
I just need you. Hey.
Speed, I just need you.
There it is.
Well, you can let that one roll.
You can
That's
let
one
that
of
roll
my
a little
favorite
bit.
ones right there.
That's a good one right there.
When the wolves come around.
There he is.
When your feet hit the ground.
That's right. I didn't need you. Bubba, how's that Build Back Better treating you? So we'll.
All good here, Rick. All good here.
Yeah, so.
You know, it's kind of like, you know,
We
when
got to
you,
take the word better out of that.
when you watched, you know, when we were growing up, and Evel Knievel was the greatest stunt man, daredevil of all time. And we've talked about how much fun it was to watch him try some of these crazy things.
Oh, he's
Some
great.
successful, some not.
Yeah, right.
But you always had the sense, well, maybe not at Snake River Canyon, but
right.
You
We'll take
always
it out.
you always
Yeah,
had
that
the
doesn't count.
sense that he at least put in some effort to try to look at the physics and the science to at least have hope of making the jump. You know, he knew the speed he had to be. He knew the distance he could fly. He
had
knew
to hit all them
He knew
marks.
the angle he
That's
needed
why he
to
did
land
that
at.
test run.
Right. So even though it was risky, it was an educated guess. You know, I guess is the best term we could use. When I watch the people running our government now at the highest levels,
Ooh. Ooh.
it's not even a good educated guess. It's kind of like for every Y in the road, you're almost assured they're going to make the wrong turn.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to you think the odds of 50-50 would catch up with them
Right.
at some point, but I don't. I guess it's just they've never done it, and you know they've read it in textbook and they've got a lot of degrees on their wall, but they don't know their butt from a hole in the ground, folks. I'm telling you.
Well, and that's why I was laughing at
Don't
that.
take my word for it. Just look at what they're doing.
You know, we had a guy call one day who worked for the government, and he said they love slogans and they love they love little rhymes and
Rick.
all this kind of stuff.
Abbreviations.
Yeah, abbreviations,
not fit, you must
acronyms.
quit.
They just love all that. And the one they've chosen, Build Back Better, is just become so comical because it's like me saying, hey, I really like this automobile that I have. And somebody says, let me tell you something. If you're willing to trade that in, I'll give you one even better. And I'm like, oh, really? Better than what I have? And then they give it to you, and you're driving it, and the wheels falling off, and it's all clunky, and it keeps breaking down. You're like, you said this car was better? I mean,
Well, Rick, it's you know what it was. They knew "Make America Great Again" was a catchy phrase, and it had traction.
MAGA.
But they said we can't use that. We need our own version of that.
Well, they've demonized that. You know, they say that you're racist and
yeah,
evil if you
right.
even say that.
And that's how they tried to spin it. So they said, no, wait a minute. So we can't say something like that, but we need to say that we're building. Yeah. You know, they love
You're
the
not
term
building. You're
infrastructure, which if their definition and ours was the same, we could have a conversation about it. But we know they'll just say anything to get done what they want done.
But really,
they don't care. They'll just lie right to you, and then they got the media backing them up. It's just I'm sorry, I don't mean to rant right out of the gate.
No, I'm
is.
purging that because we got a lot of fun coming.
Yeah.
So I want to get all the. I'm flipping today. I'm just getting it out of my system.
Okay.
And then I'm moving on. But really, what it should be, if they wanted an accurate slogan, it should be reconstructing a constitutional republic. I mean, they are deconstructing this country is what's happening. The country and its principles and its foundations are being destroyed because we're doing things that are in conflict with a true constitutional republic and a true free market. And what we're seeing is disaster because what we're doing has never worked in the history of the world. So we are deconstructing. They would say reconstructing. I would say deconstructing this country and it's and like you said that, and they all kind of have that look on their face, like Greg talks about when you toss somebody the keys and they tell you they can drive 3 on the column,
right.
and they get in the truck and it keeps hopping and jumping,
exactly.
And you realize, oh, y'all really don't know how to drive a 3 on the column. You just pretended
thought you did.
You wanted the job of driving the truck, but you just don't know how to drive it.
And I think
especially Kamala Harris, she has a look on her face like, hey, I can't believe I ended up here.
You realize her approval rating is lower than Joe's.
Right,
lower than Joe's.
I know.
Guys, when she wanted to be the candidate, she was the first one out.
But don't remember that. Remember that Jimmy Kimmel. Did you see his quote?
Oh yeah.
The reason why her approval rating is low is because you're a racist and a misogynist.
No, it's because she doesn't know what she's doing.
And I promise
it has nothing to do with her gender or her ethnicity.
I know the left thinks any disagreement.
That's right.
Anytime you don't drink the Kool-Aid,
right.
Wipe it from your chin and give them a thumbs up, that somehow you're a racist, misogynist, homophobe, xenophobe, something phobe that I don't even know.
Well, see, if I do that.
Xenophobe. But no, I may just think you don't know what the heck you're doing.
But if I throw those things at you, and by the way, Jimmy Kimmel has become the Max Kellerman of entertainment.
He really has. Such a good one.
Yeah, Jimmy, why don't you just cry out, "I'm white, I'm evil"? Don't assume the rest of us feel that way.
No, don't do that. If you really believe that, give your position up to somebody else.
That's right,
and go home.
Yeah, where are the late night?
They're always crying for somebody else to do something.
Where are
take care of it yourself, Jimmy? If you really believe it.
Where are the women of color hosting late night shows on the big network?
Can't
Yeah,
find
yeah,
them.
yeah.
Can't find
They're
them.
not out there, are they?
Well,
You're right.
and Rick,
Could it be that Jimmy maybe was the best guy for the job, but according to Jimmy, maybe not?
Rick, when you set out to accomplish anything, and I'm gonna end this rant. It's gonna be quick.
That's
'cause
right.
We're
We're
against
good.
time.
We're good. That's it.
Like, we saw
that
the
was for my blood pressure.
SpaceX launch last night.
Yeah, it's
went
good.
all
Good
flawless.
stuff.
They'd been delayed a few times. But look, the guy who put all this together, look, Elon and me socially are going to have a lot of disagreements, but
Sure.
I appreciate his engineering and business skills, and he has done this from the ground up. Rick, he wasn't born a rocket scientist.
Right.
He became one because he studied it, he looked at it, he said there's things we need to change, things we need to improve. He learned from his own failures, and look at the product he's got that come out of this. Why can't we do that with a few other things?
Well, tell me another country he could have done what he did, the way he did.
None. That'd be Nunion.
Give me a nunion.
Nunion.
Nunions.
He couldn't do it in Europe. He couldn't do it in Canada. Couldn't do it in South America.
Nunions.
Nunions, folks.
And if we stay on the road we're on, you won't be able to do it here anymore.
That's what I'm talking about. Excellence. Striving for an accomplishment of a goal.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big as a number. We'll run through the stories of the day. What's eating Scott Gorowski? A call from possibly Gary the Spur Master. Wheel of Meat. And we'll record another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. Brad Edwards from ESPN will be our guest. He's got a new book out. We'll tell you about that in this weekend's edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, available wherever you get podcasts. Bubba, I know you were drawn back like a flip last night. Here we go now. All right, so I'm trying to figure out, is this the launch you missed?
Yes, this is the one we went that had been delayed a couple of times, and everything was a go last night.
Did you wear your jacket?
A beautiful, well, it wasn't warm enough. I mean, it wasn't cold enough.
Right. Did you have it near you?
A beautiful launch last night, and everything went as planned. It's, I just marvel at watching those things take off and stage like they're supposed to. And
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Look at that right there.
Ignition.
Look at that right there.
Liftoff.
Captain Bussy.
Brig.
Did you hate that the sound dropped that right there?
Copy 1 Alpha.
The sound.
Still loud.
TV does not do it justice. That popping noise it's going to make.
It's overpowering everything.
And that's the call we want to hear. Good
Look how bright
on that first stage so far.
T-plus 30 seconds, Falcon 9, powered by 9 Merlin 1Gs. Pushing Dragon into low Earth orbit on the way to the International Space Station.
Power and telemetry nominal.
But they moving, y'all. They are moving.
Throttle the engines back up.
Right there.
Yeah, I hear that popping. It's just too much.
In person, that popping noise to me was the most different from TV because it's so loud.
You didn't get a chance to see it, Buzz.
Stage 1 Bravo.
It's one of these things that TV just doesn't do it justice.
One Bravo call is for the second stage abort mode on the first stage that is going to take them through
There's
the
that ball of
first
fire I was looking
stage,
for.
burning just
And see,
before
with
the second
TV, you
stage
can't
activates
really-
off the coast of North Carolina.
It's so dark.
That
and
next
the
milestone
cameras
coming up shortly will be
have to stop down because it's so bright, but you can see the engines there in the circle around it. That's amazing technology, how they've done that and how good they've got it doing that, and it's still dangerous and there's going to be problems, but they're dialed in right now.
All right, now Adler said he also has incredible footage of the crew at second engine cutoff.
Yeah,
as we like to call that, of course, Seco.
Yeah,
as
you
they
got
pass
Miko and then Seco.
Yeah, as they pass New Jersey. So is this it right here? Oh, okay.
Is that from the ground?
I don't. Yeah, it is from the ground. Okay.
I even went out last night to look. I didn't think we could see it here when it was going up.
Did you put your jacket on then?
No,
look at that right
it's
there.
still
Look
pretty
at that.
warm.
Wow.
Yeah, that's where the second engine cut off.
We call that Seco.
You got main engine cut off, second engine cut off, and that's the
Watch
old
it.
Raptor vac engine.
It's almost like a smoke ring.
Yep.
Look at that. Wow.
And they are moving.
They are rolling.
They were showing the speed last night. I know you have to maintain, in a round figure, 17,000 miles an hour to stay in orbit. 21,000, I think you leave Earth orbit. You fly right out. But they were up to 24,000 getting into orbit at one point. 24,000 miles an hour, Rick. You are a hauling.
Golly.
I mean, they went up that eastern seaboard before you could walk across the kitchen floor. They are hauling. And the footage is so good. I love these video clips.
Yeah.
And on the left, that is the booster coming back down, getting ready to land on the drone ship, and they had a good land on that last night.
What's that right there?
That is the second stage engine. You just saw the Seco right there.
Look at that right there. Wow.
And the way they engineer this stuff, it just is a marvel to me.
What's all that?
That is the first stage, the booster landing back on the drone ship.
All right.
It's doing its thing about the land. It has a couple of different times it fires to to right itself and then to slow down. And here it is landing, Rick, on the drone ship. The video, I think, we lose right as it comes down, but you can see the exhaust and the things
Oh, my
from
goodness.
And there they are in space.
Yeah, it's a little too much for the video when it finally lands.
27,000 miles an hour. They're moving it.
Now, what's this bunch going to do?
They are going back to the International Space Station.
We had the bunch come down.
Right.
Is this bunch going to stay like they did? They
Yes.
replace them?
Yeah, they're up for like 6 months.
Okay.
And some of them may be longer.
Now they get the toilets fixed?
Toilets have been fixed. Whatever the problem was, they've re-engineered a little bit and got them going.
I can't get a plumber to Indian Springs. How do you get one up to the space station?
Well, they fixed this one on the ground. I think it's part of the delay.
Yeah, so they're carrying them.
But you see them there. They're in the wait list. And Rick, they always put, just to show you their wait list, they have like something on a string and they're floating around.
I want that.
And they have a toy turtle. I don't know if you'll see it on this clip. It's over on the astronaut right there.
Yeah.
And it's going to be floating in a minute because they actually have some turtles on board as part of a test that they're doing, some experimentation.
Can you imagine being those turtles and having no say in it?
Floating around going, hey, what's up?
Look, there's some turtles.
Where's the river at?
There's some turtles saying, guys, I know from time to time we get picked up and put on fence posts. But, I mean, what in the world is this?
Who does that? That's cruel.
If somebody, how many times have you had the turtle analogy? You see a turtle up on the fence post, you know he didn't get up there by himself.
That's right.
Okay, we got that. I love when somebody says it with the tone like they think they're the first one to ever tell you.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah.
Hey, God made Adam and Eve.
What about HIPAA laws? Rick, what about HIPAA?
So there you go. What a successful launch, Mr. Bussey. I hate you were not able to see it.
Yeah, well, we'll get down there one of these days, Lord willing. And,
Looks like
catch
there's
one.
going to be a bunch
I'm
of
going to tell you, that's the only thing that I really think NASA's missing the boat. I think they should build a football stadium and sell tickets because it is one of the craziest things you'll ever see.
I saw the turtle floating there.
Yep.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you for being with us. Somebody say, hey, Babbel.com/Bubba. Man, we've had a blast with this app at our house. We really have. And because you're trying to learn, if you're trying to learn a new language, you may not have the time to be taken into some sort of language school where you're going to be taught the grammar and the history of the language and the history of the regions that speak the language. And you're like, hey, could I just learn how to communicate with people that speak a language that I don't know yet and use phrases that they actually use in everyday life? That's kind of what Babbel.com/Bubba does. It's the #1 selling language learning app. The whole process is fun, fast, easy. These little bite-sized language lessons you can all do together if you want to, or if it's just one of you wants to do it. And again, they're designed for real-world use. They're 15-minute lessons, make it the perfect way to learn a new language on the go. Great way to help the kids get a jump start on some of the language classes they'll have to take in school. They can teach you Spanish, French, Italian, German, plus Babbel's speech recognition technology. And boy, do we need some of this, Bubba. It helps you to improve your pronunciation and your accent. So anyway,
how good is it?
I just want y'all to know that Babbel.com/Bubba gave up on us, but it does work.
We need it.
We need it. 20-day money-back guarantee. So 65% off. I mean, we can get you that much off on the subscription. So use BABBEL.com/Bubba. Babbel is language for life. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick, I've got to share this email. It came in. It's from Cheryl McGruffy. McGuffee. Funny. She says, I'm spending the week in Ormond Beach, ORMOND, with my hubby. It's an anniversary trip. This afternoon, we found out there was going to be a launch scheduled for tonight. My first thought was, does Bubba know? My second thought was, I got to watch it for him. My third thought was, it's my anniversary trip. Why am I thinking of Bubba?
You're not the only one, little lady. Oh, that's
now,
funny.
Rick, this is what's crazy. She says, we're an hour and a half away. It's cloudy, but I got a decent picture and video I'm attaching. And look, even at the hotel they're at, it was dark by the time they launched at, 8:30 last night or so. And, Rick, it is lit up like daytime, and they're an hour and a half
That's
away.
Cool. That shows you the power. Like you said, being there, I'm sure, is just it's one of those things in life you cannot capture on TV.
Yeah, look,
that's what it sounds like.
It looks like a sunset.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's cool.
That's really
Cheryl,
really.
I'm glad y'all having a good trip, and
yeah.
happy anniversary to you.
Update on the story we've been working.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Aaron Rodgers, now the most evil man on the planet. He's not for getting the jab. Now, let me be clear before we go into his commentary here. His commentary, I find myself agreeing with, and we have talked about on the air. But Aaron Rodgers is also doing the classic human thing that we do. We're not really talking about your view on the vaccine. What everybody's talking about is you had a view on the vaccine and you pretended not to have it. And you pretended to take the vaccine and you used the word immunize, trying to confuse people. If you were so passionate about it, which I have no problem with, and I even agree with some of the commentary we're about to hear, and I do believe that what he's saying is true about, you'll hear it. I'll let him speak on his own. But I don't disagree with the point he's about to make. But, Aaron, that's not what you're in trouble for. I mean, these people will hate you for saying this, but
shouldn't he have just said this to begin with?
Yeah, right. You should have said this when when NFL said if you don't get the vaccine, you have to do these protocols. You should have said, "Well, I'm not going to take the vaccine, and here's why." Right then.
I think in this clip he also claims, though, at the beginning he kind of explains the situation with the Packers that the Packers knew about.
Okay,
yeah, they did know about it,
which is why they've been fined over $300,000. All right, so here we go. Here's Aaron Rodgers talking about the vaccine.
We're sharing of information. It was such a witch hunt. They wanted to out and shame and denigrate every single person who didn't immediately say, "Oh yeah, I got the Pfizer, I got the Moderna, whatever." I wanted it to go away. I mean, everyone in the squad knew I was not vaccinated. Everyone in the organization knew I wasn't vaccinated. I wasn't hiding it from anybody. I was trying to minimize and mitigate having to have this conversation that would go on and on. And there were people in the media who somehow found out about it and been sitting on it for a couple months. So it wasn't like this thing was just hidden until this week. Like, people knew it and they sat on it. At some point, I knew I was going to have to discuss it. And, I was ready to discuss it. But the problem with this is it is so political. And health should not be political. It shouldn't be that, Trump endorsed ivermectin and HCQ. And so, in general, I think we all should have been a little hesitant. When Trump in 2020 was championing these vaccines that were coming so quick, what did the left say? And I'm talking about every member of the left. Don't trust the vaccine. Don't get the vaccine. You're going to die from the vaccine. And then what happened? Biden wins and everything flips. Shouldn't that initially give you a little bit of pause and go, hold on a second?
Yeah. Well, he's editing because he's saying some cuss words here. Right?
And to that point, has any member of the health staff this entire time got up and actually talked about real health? Have they talked about exercise, a healthy diet, like eating real food, drinking water, taking vitamins, vitamin D deficiency and what that causes in the body? No, there hasn't been any of that. So, I'm going to critically think about what's best for my own health. I'm not judging anybody else. I'm not saying you shouldn't do this or you shouldn't do that. But I'm making a decision that's based on what's best for me and my own health.
Everything he said, I agree with. And Adel, you are right. He's saying this thing that I was pretending to be vaccinated when I wasn't isn't true. The organization knew I wasn't vaccinated. The team knew I wasn't vaccinated. And even the press knew it, and what they were waiting on is hoping he would catch it. So then they could come out and say, he's put everybody in danger.
Yeah.
And he said people knew my view on this, and they're pretending that they didn't. Now, if that's true, that does kind of change some of the narratives out there. But what he said about this has become political. It's not about health, and we've said this too. Our sitting vice president said she was suspect of the rush of the vaccines to the market when Trump was doing, what was the name of his, because you have to name everything. Operation. She was suspect of Operation Warp Speed because, of course, we had to portray Trump as an evil, out of control, tyrannical, ego megalomaniac, and so we're not going to take his vaccine. But suddenly, when he's defeated, and Biden has the exact same vaccines, now they're the greatest thing on the planet, and you're evil for not taking them. Now, if we're going to act like that's not going on, it is going on, and you probably wouldn't have these problems if it would have stayed in the pure health and science realm and never got into the political realm.
Yeah, I think so. It's just a shame it's got to this point, but here we are, and the science is debatable at best. And I think too, if they had just admitted about the natural antibodies, the folks that had it, and studied that alongside the vaccine, I think people would have been a lot more open to it. I think when they denied that, which is known about all virus-caused sickness throughout time, they completely threw out the rules that we'd lived by for so long. And I understand there was a panic, but if they'd have just been a little more transparent about it, I don't think that had near the issue that they have. And again, they did have to rush. It's not perfect, leaky. I think there'll be a version to come along later that will be better. But, we had a lot of people dying. So there was, that's the one drawback about a democracy. The elected officials don't want to get hung with something, literally, that would cause them not to be reelected. So I think sometimes they make snap decisions to feed the beast of public opinion, do something when it's not really the best thing to be done long term.
But I think everybody, and if you disagree, tell me you disagree. And there's no way to know, and I'll acknowledge that. This is totally speculation. But on the way people were behaving, I just really believe that if Donald Trump had won a second term and was in charge of trying to get us to herd immunity through and was promoting the vaccine as the answer, this is what you should do, and started mandating businesses make people take these vaccines or be fired, which I don't think he would have done, but let's say he did, the left would have been totally against it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
They would have. You would have heard "My Body, My Choice" again,
right,
all
yeah.
that kind of
Sure.
stuff, and it's a shame because really, health should be a personal issue, not a political issue.
Yeah.
In most cases.
And what we would probably have is Fox News would now be for it, and then all the other media would be against it. Anyway.
Well, with what we have vaccinated now, and with people with natural immunity, I mean, we ought to be in pretty good shape. Are we having any flare-ups anywhere? You know,
I'm hearing the north with the winter coming in, the north may, but
is the wave kind of going up through the Midwest that we had this summer?
Yeah, but isn't that kind of what the flu does as well? So we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And we'll try to get to some of your phone calls. Coming up next hour, what's eating? Scott Gorowski. We'll get his latest list, and we'll pick a couple of them for him to talk about. Gary the Bulldozer Man may call the program today. Willa Meat could be in play today. Could be an active day here. And we record a new Rick and Bubba University. Former ESPN analyst Brad Edwards will be with us. He has a new book out, and we'll interview him about that. And if I'm not mistaken, the book is Why is Coach Saban at this point the greatest football coach that college football has ever known? Why? What is it that Saban does that seems to produce what it produces? So, isn't that right? Am I right?
Yeah, well, Rick, we'll go into details on the podcast, but you've said it a lot of times, and I know you were quoting your dad. He always liked seeing the best.
Oh yeah, that was his thing,
and I do too. I enjoy seeing the Elon Musk of the world, the Nick Sabans, the people who excel in what they do, because I think it's wise to learn from them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you try to replicate that in your life in various ways and forms. So, when you're learning something, you're moving forward.
So anyway, we'll have that out in that new book, and we'll talk to Brad Edwards on the podcast today. That'll be out this weekend. So go check that out. Got an update yesterday. Looks like Herd Immunity, our new Rick and Bubba Best of CD, as far as hard copies of it, should be out next week. So everybody, I keep getting people asking me about that. So it should be out next week. Now, when will it get to all the digital world? It's all according how soon our publisher will get it and then get it out there in all those different places. But we're no longer letting it go out there and then we come back next year and put it out. We try to get it out at the same time we're getting the hard copies out, but the hard copies just get to the store sooner. Bubba, did you see this? Everybody's talking about with Christmas coming up, and hey, baby, it's here. I hate to say this. I don't want to be this guy because I know it gets you, Bubba, a little bit emotional. I'm starting to realize here at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport that there's a lot of things that are happening that will happen for the last time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
we talked about that this
morning. Yeah. But by the way, if you teach a Bible study in the studio on Wednesday, and most of the men that come because of the time of day it is, because there's more people just go and catch it on their own time.
Right.
But the guys who want to be here in the studio because they couldn't go to technology and get it, if they had to. If you want to watch their faces, tell them that next year we'll be in a new studio and watch their reaction. I'm like, everybody be calm. It's going to be fine. How are we supposed to? Where are we going? We'll talk about it. So anyway, I know there's going to be a lot of change, but you know what hit me today? This is going to be a little bit of the big Christmas tree. This is the last time we'll see it.
Oh, I know.
That's right.
Next Christmas, we have a giant Christmas tree here at the Broadcast Plaza in Teleport. Right out, and when I walk up the steps from the garage, I walk right into its Christmas glory. And I'll even hum "Oh Christmas Tree" when I see it.
Oh, Christmas
But so we know this coming.
Well, Greg made a great point because you'll still visit this plaza every once in a while. It may because of certain things that you have going on with churches, and I definitely will.
Yeah.
Greg's like, I'll never be back here ever again.
Probably not.
There's no reason.
See no scenario to put me on this
Greg,
stretch
you might
of 31.
eat over here for some reason.
Why?
Well, I don't know why, but it could happen. Don't say it won't.
When you think about it, he's less likely to do.
Rick had
come
never
back
been
to
here
the plaza.
before.
I hate to
or
say
more likely
I
never
hate to
to
say
come
it. I'll become now what has been the problem with the setup here to some degree, and they've done a lot better now. It's kind of happening. I'll be just like everybody else. Anything I go to will be out here in the front. You won't see me venture back in, because I'll be like, it's hassle.
So this is a big part. This is a big part of my weekend. Like we're constantly doing Panera and Starbucks on Saturday morning and those type things with the family. And so I will still be here.
Yeah, when
Rick,
I probably won't walk back this way. To your
talk
point,
about it because I get emotional.
I know.
Greg got emotional this morning about checking the mail.
Greg,
he's like, I won't walk and check the mail. Yeah, the same.
I've done that like 3 times in 15 years.
In all honesty, though, guys, for me, we've been. This is not.
There we are around the tree last year.
For you guys, it's going to be more emotional than for me, because Bubba and I have been doing this 28 years in January. This is like my 4th studio. I mean, I've changed studios. But y'all, that just hit me. Y'all never changed studio, have you?
No.
Yeah, I have. I've changed, and Bubba.
And I didn't like when you change any of it.
No,
you know what I mean?
No. But what I'm talking about, I've been through this before. You know what I mean?
You can't tell it.
Yeah,
You're putting on a good front.
Well, here, going to this one was a little easier because it was such an upgrade.
No doubt.
That was
no doubt. So it'll be.
I miss my old glass table over in Gadsden.
It'll be interesting. Here's what I look. Here's what I look forward to. I look forward to when we get in the new studio. There'll be things that the audience will like better. Mm-hmm. But then there's going to be these things. Well, what happened to so and so? How come that's not like that anymore? And we'll have to go through that whole deal again. I know. But now I am excited. I'll tell you this. I'm excited about getting new equipment.
Yeah, the technology upgrades are going to be very, very nice.
I'm excited because this is starting to. It's you want to hear this? Listen.
Yeah.
I know.
So and
that's just a preamp overdrive.
Right. But what I'm saying is I do when I saw this board.
Did you tell the board goodbye?
Bubba, when I saw this board when we got here, I didn't cling to the one I had before.
It's how long have we've been here? What, 15 years?
17, 14, I think.
I think it's 14.
14 years.
Well, round figures.
Yeah, you're close. I mean, but what
15 sounds better.
This is the longest we've ever been in one, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
This is the longest I've ever been at a job.
Right.
How about that?
Really?
Like in my entire life. Yeah. Serious business.
That's funny. But back to you,
I don't
though.
know, that Enterprise rental car. That
lasted 3 months.
You got to hear that story.
But back to this. You probably worked there about as long as I did for UPS. But
similar stories.
Yes, right. Back to this. When we went to church, 2 miles from here?
Yeah, less than 2 miles from here.
Less than 2 miles. Then we would come over here and eat lunch and after church. So now that I go to church on the side of town.
I just felt like you had relationships though in this area that may bring you back over here.
It's possible.
Yeah,
it's not likely, but it's possible. There may be somebody that says, "Hey, let's meet for lunch. What do you think about?" Yeah, and I'll go. Okay,
I got to tell everybody in Publix by.
But do you realize what a journey? You realize what a journey it is for me now because I live where the studio's going to be.
Oh yeah,
I go to church where the studio's
going
to be.
Yeah, it's Bubba's world.
I just don't. There won't be much that'll draw me back this way. My kids don't go to school here anymore. Don't go to church over here anymore.
I never thought I'd complain about I'm not driving enough to go to work. I kind of enjoy that. A few minutes to drive. I mean, I didn't want to do the hour and a half thing again.
Yeah, there is a limit.
Well, I get bored easy.
Yeah,
and so one of the things that is concerning is that I won't have enough variety.
Yeah,
I mean, I'll be staying in one area almost all the time.
Right.
I may leave early and just drive around town and go back to it.
Right. You may catch Bubba in Chelsea. He loves us in Chelsea.
He does. Don't get him started on Sterrett.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of people don't know.
We'll be back top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. Sing it together. Somebody say Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. 7 minutes past the hour. We got another hour lined up for you. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Speedy vacationing. We'll be back on Monday. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for joining us for the little get-together we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, it has been suggested by his own sons that What's Eating Scott Gorowski's theme song should be Dinosaur by Hank Williams Jr.
There it is.
There it is. Yeah. What's Eating Scott Gorowski? Sing it with you. Yep. How's it feel?
It's fantastic.
That's right. Hey, let's go. Come on, smoke. See there? You know what else we don't like, Bubba? It's in the 70s. Everybody sing it. Why? Because you're what? What are you, Scott?
Dinosaur.
He's outlived his time.
I got to add that to my playlist.
Yeah. Have pity on the dinosaur. There you go. So, what's eating you today?
Thank you, Davis.
That's right.
That's a good one.
How you guys doing?
We're good, man.
Man, that's some good intro music there.
Yeah, it is. You're a dinosaur.
I thought I'd been canceled. It's been a while since I've been back.
Well,
we're glad to
I
see
envisioned
you.
the conversation y'all going.
Hang
I'm not
on.
telling him.
Yeah.
Well-
Everybody debating who's in the car. Speedy's not here. I thought something's going on.
Somebody done pulled the hammer.
Yeah, no. It's you do garner a response. People respond.
Yeah, it's been positive on my end.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, there's been positive. And,
Shout out to Forestdale.
Is that where your biggest fans are?
Forestdale loves me.
Huge in Forest.
Forestdale. Well, so what are some of the topics out there today, G?
Well, let's go through it here. I've taken off the list Olympics because the Winter Olympics coming up.
That's right.
So I know I'm going to get even more angry.
Right, okay.
More frustrated in the winter. So we're going to save that if I'm still doing this by then.
Okay.
Okay, so we have waiters, waitresses, and resorts. Now
Right.
that's been
Waiters, waiters, and what?
resorts.
And
That's been out there.
That's been a staple.
You've
That's
been
there.
throwing that out there.
That's been day one kind of thing.
Yeah.
With Tebow.
Thank you for telling me how special you are. The effects of hero syndrome.
Oh.
That one's going to cause
Okay.
trouble.
I like that.
There are a few of these are.
Yeah.
Hey, before you take my lawnmower. And the last one is Family Feud and the Memphis State Show Choir.
Okay.
So
There's a lot to
gotta
work
ask
with
about
there.
that.
I mean,
The show choir.
I try to make it difficult.
How about
there.
the show?
Do you
choir?
find yourself thinking some of them, I don't want them to lay there too long? Do you want to jump
That's
in one
why
of the
I
ones?
feel
Yeah.
about waiters, waitresses,
too.
and resorts.
Me
That
too.
let's start
Get it
today
out.
with that, and
I
then
agree.
we'll look at the other.
I agree.
I don't want it to lay out there too long
No.
and get moldy.
I like
And look what happened to the Olympics.
Yes.
Yeah, we lost.
Dude, it's gone.
Yeah, right. Okay, go ahead.
Let me start with I love to see young people working. I do. I love it.
Sure.
I'm an overtipper. If I see a young man or woman working, I love it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do too.
Now, the service industry needs to pick it up a touch.
Right.
Okay. If you want to impress me as a waiter or a waitress, here's how you do it. Get my order right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to order like a 10-year-old.
Right.
Just write it down. This whole memorization of the thing
right,
of what you're saying. Hey man, I'm not impressed. Nobody believes that you're going from Applebee's to MIT.
Oh my gosh.
They don't.
It's
So just,
unnecessary.
just write it down. I just want to. I don't want to get because I'm going to leave stuff off. And it's a difficult order anyway. Just write it down. If you really want to impress me, write it down. Now, fancy restaurants, which I've been going to more of because my wife and I are just alone. We don't
That's
have
right.
kids anymore.
Empty nester.
But I've noticed about these fancy restaurants that the waiters all have man buns. Okay,
Okay.
You're right.
which are people that we look at, But because
What do
they're-
we do?
Now, what are
well,
you saying they have, Scott?
Man,
Sorry,
the
Adam.
man bun.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
You know, the big hairdo.
Yeah.
The
Well, they're-
scruffy. They look like canoe salesmen. You know what I'm saying? They got
Canoe salesman?
Yeah, they got scruffy beards. They haven't bathed.
Have you
Long
created
hair
a,
pulled
wait a minute.
back.
Have you created a category called canoe salesman?
Well, you know what a canoe.
I know exactly what you're talking
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
canoe salesman in Montana would look just like the waiters at these fancy restaurants.
Right.
Okay, he would.
Right.
But somehow now he's cool because he's waiting on us for a $600 meal.
Right.
So we made him cool.
He's dressed
I
right.
got you. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, I'm all in.
So he goes on to tell us about this chef that they've flown in from Italy. You know, that Chef Larry is going to be here with us tonight doing all this stuff. And he starts going through the menu. And I asked the waiter, after he goes through, we've got Norwegian mussels for $130. You know, we've got herb encrusted oak leaves and all this stuff that I don't want.
Right.
I say, can you help me understand what an escovitch is?
A who?
Escovitch. To which he does what Rick does, laughs at me,
Yeah.
and says it's a scotch. So now I'm irritated.
Right.
Okay? Don't make fun of me.
Right.
You just learned the word yourself 10 minutes ago. Yeah. All right, it's a special.
Right.
He acts like he's got, you know, wild lamb and Cornish hens at the back of his hostel that he's going to cook for dinner that night. Okay, the guy's eating TV dinners, and he's looking at me like I can't say a scotch.
Right, yeah.
All right?
You're right.
So I'm already irritated with the guy. All right? Then I get into what is known as the big three.
Okay.
Sir, can we get you something to drink?
Right.
Straight up. I have a glass of iced tea. And you can see the disgust on his face.
Right, yeah.
Okay?
What are you thinking?
Because he wants to sell me all the liquor I can drink.
Right. He didn't get a chance to talk about the wines. He didn't get any
And
of
he
that.
says, sir, can I recommend a Chardonnay from 1932? I said, well, can I recommend a Limpton from 2021? Okay? That's all I want. That's all I want.
Right,
Okay?
right.
Can we just
Keep
have a
it
tea?
simple.
So he's already irritated at me.
Right.
Well, then we get into the meal. He starts ordering. You know, we start ordering, and again, he's not writing anything down. And I'm going to change things. That's just I'm paying to change things. And I say to him, he goes, "Hey, with the steak we have wilted succotash."
Right. And
And I'm like, "Hey, man, can you get Chef Larry
right from Italy
to ladle me out a bowl of potatoes to go with my steak and just kick the succotash to the side?"
Yeah.
Sir, we don't recommend that. Well, I mean, is that a yes or a no? Can he do it or not? Do it?
Right.
Well, I have to ask. I said, so let me ask you this straight. Any McDonald's in this country, I can get a Big Mac without onions. Okay? But Chef Larry's going to struggle to give me some potatoes with a steak. All right? I just want to make sure we're clear about this. Okay? All right?
Yeah.
So
You wanna ask
he's
too
already
It's not what they suggest.
he's peeved.
Yeah.
Then here it is.
But wait, we're not there
Before
yet.
he leaves, strike three. Hey, man, I want to know, can we pray for you tonight? I hear my oldest, he starts doing it, and people start grabbing him. I said, what are you doing? He goes, I'm trying to get a diversion. Dad, what are you doing? You can't pray for that guy. We'll pray for him. Don't ask him. He's going to spit in our food. We'll never see the guy again.
Right.
Because you don't extend the gospel to that guy. He didn't want it. He's going to reject. Okay, we'll pray for him by ourselves, but don't ask him to pray for him. He's right. We never see the guy again. He disappeared. It's like we put a shield up over our table. Okay? He won't come back, right? Because of iced tea, potatoes, and a prayer.
Right.
Now, resorts.
Okay.
When I show up at a resort, I'm wasting my money just like the next guy is.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm overpaying like everybody else.
Yeah, we're all overpaying.
I cannot control what rental car I get at the airport. Okay? I understand when I drive into a high-dollar resort in a Dodge Caravan,
Right.
it doesn't give off the vibe that other things do.
Right.
All right, like the Ferrari guy.
But when that snotty-nosed kid comes to the door and looks at me and goes, I don't guess you need help with your bags, do you? It bothers me.
I
Wow.
don't guess you need help.
So I said, well, you know, I noticed Tony Hughes up there in the G-Wagon needed help.
Right.
But I guess we don't need help. And I said, tell you what, we don't need help. That's fine. We don't need your help.
Now you're heated.
But let me say one thing. If I said this, y'all, I've got a bad back.
Oh,
Did I
yeah.
mention that?
Yeah, we've talked about that.
And you do.
It's been rebuilt.
Yeah.
Matter of
Bionic
fact,
man.
if I put a magnet on you, it would stick.
So now,
More than your vaccination spot.
Yeah.
my 110-pound wife, 110 pounds if she's in a terry cloth sweatsuit and it's wet,
Right.
Yeah.
is now loading up luggage on her back like a pack mule.
Right.
And they're just piling it on. And I can't pick up anything. I can't even carry my bowling ball anymore. I can't carry any kind of weight at all. So here I am at 6'4" walking with my wife behind me with bags just draped all over.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Legs
Like a
shaking.
Sherpa.
Yeah. And of course, I'm walking in front of her, which we have a code at our house. If Davis or Drew, those are my sons, if they called in the show and I said, hey, we don't live in China, that's code for don't walk in front of your mother. I said
Okay.
that their entire life.
Okay,
We
right.
don't live in China.
Right.
Let your girlfriend,
Different culture.
okay?
Yeah, right.
Don't get in front of your mom.
Right.
Okay, we show her respect. She walks in front of us. Well, now I'm in front of her. So I walk into the lobby of the resort looking like that guy. Okay?
Oh, no.
Here's my wife loaded with stuff down.
All because of your rental car?
Yes.
Big guy.
She's walking in just shaking, right? We go into the lobby. I'm waiting in line, and I notice the girl in line. She's 21 years old. She's probably dating the kid that just dropped off the minivan.
Right.
She's got this beautiful dress on that she doesn't even own. The resort owns the dress and the fake pearls. But some reason I feel like I've got to impress this girl. Okay? She didn't live there. It's not her house. She's just working there. She's getting $9.50 an hour. Okay? But now I think she's somehow better than I am. And I've got to work with her. So I go up there and she's looking at me like, now everybody in the lobby thinks you're that guy's too cheap to tip the guy.
Right. They're making your wife.
Absolutely. You make your wife. He's one of those guys. You shouldn't be here. Okay?
Right.
You don't fit in. So I get up there and she stares at me and she looks at me and she says, then she very smartly and smart aleckly says, well, we have a room upgrade available. I said, really? What's that going to cost me? $10,000 a night. She didn't think I'd do it. That's why she said it.
I just want to tell you.
She did. I said, we're in. That sounds good. Well, listen, the whole game changed at that point in time. People start running out. Okay, well, listen, then she does this. She goes, hey, she goes, hey, can we help your daughter with your bags? hey, that ain't my daughter now. Okay, I'll finish the movie back.
I'm in.
We'll come back. We'll finish resorts. Now everybody's looking at Gorowski differently. And we'll get another topic in before we are done today with What's Eating Scott Gorowski on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's Eating? Scott Gorowski, Big G, is with us again with a list. We have backed him off the mic a little bit for some of you that says his bass is so low you're having a hard time understanding some of his commentary. So,
back up a little bit. That mic will pick you up.
Right.
Try it right there. One.
So, I'll give you a little more volume. Go. You're Barry White. So I will. When we left, you had gone through waiters, waitresses, and you were now to resorts.
Yes.
And somebody looked down their nose at you because you had a rental car that was a Dodge Caravan.
Yes.
Your wife has carried your luggage in because you can't do it because of your back.
Right.
And everybody hates you, and everybody's looking down at you like you don't belong there.
Right.
And then they asked you, would you like to upgrade your room, trying to be smart Alex.
And this is where Scott's warm smile and demeanor wins everybody over.
Yeah. You took the upgrade, and when we went to break, everything changed.
Sure. They came flying out of the woodworks trying to, like I said, help my daughter with my bags.
Yeah,
but now what do you say? Because if you say your husband, it even sounds worse.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know I struggle with my age look. You know that, right?
Yeah, friends of yours that before I knew
Yes.
you, they said you looked like you were old in high school.
And my wife and I are the same age, but she looks 30 years younger.
Yeah.
So it is a problem we run into.
Yeah.
But anyway, so she's sitting out there. Now, she can't hear the conversation because she would faint if she knew I'd upgraded the room. So I come walking back to her, and people trying to help her, and I said, "Leave her alone. She's good. She's good.
Got it.
Her legs are shaking, but they're fine. She's strong. Stronger than you think.
We got too far.
Stronger than you think. She's wiry.
Yeah. And so they're like, she's like, we got a room. I said, oh, you're gonna like the room. You're gonna like the room. So, we go to the room. Everything's fine there. Now, this is what I love about her. We get in the room, and she's like, man, I'd like a snack. I said, well, grab those M&Ms. Those are $9. I said, honey, we left $9 45 minutes ago, man. That's done. I said, go ahead and just wear it out. I mean, $9, what does that matter? We'll go by Walgreens tonight and get some more and put them back in the box.
Right, that's a good idea.
So, there we go.
All right, so what's another category?
Well, we have thank you for telling me how special you are, the effects of hero syndrome.
I like that one.
Hey,
I like that one.
Hey, before you take my lawnmower, and Family Feud and the Memphis State Show Choir.
Well, that last one is tempting.
It is. Any feud.
What do you think about
choir.
this? We've only got a little time left. We may have to get in the break, and then we're going to come back. Do you want to go ahead and do the show choir one here, and then come back if we have to finish it, and go to hero syndrome? Yeah. All right, let's do show choir here.
Okay.
All right.
I didn't ask you guys a question.
All right.
When's the last time that you saw a 70-year-old woman, 70-year-old woman, throw her underwear at a TV set?
Been a while.
I've never seen
I
Okay.
can't say I have.
You know
but
why?
I bet it involved Tom Jones.
Tom Jones live from the Edmonton Symphony Orchestra in 1975.
I'm telling you.
I'm in my grandmother's house watching TV.
No, this is
Okay.
not true.
Listen, no, it did.
Be your
Look,
grandmother.
How about my guess?
My grandmother's. Listen,
I knew it had to be Tom.
Remember my grandmother's apartment?
Come
you
on.
get it? No. I'm watching Tom Jones. Okay, he's hitting Try a Little Tenderness.
Right. Oh,
And
yeah,
I
that's
see
the killer.
a pair of two-size vedette shapewears come out of my left eye. Okay, it hit the TV. Of course, it's a 16-inch TV, so now the TV's just covered up. You can't even see it anymore, right? Okay? And I think, listen, I think to myself, what would cause this woman to make this reaction?
Right.
And that's when I began to think, I would like to be an entertainer. Okay, now granted,
You thought, hey.
I'd like to pull that age back a little bit.
Yeah,
but I
maybe,
mean,
sure.
I thought,
Maybe not
man, if you
his
can make
crowd.
this happen. Now, what got me out of this was the Bill Gaither sing-along family albums. Did you have those?
I'm very familiar with it.
Okay, one side was them singing. They flipped the record over and it's no one singing, and your family sings.
Oh.
No, I did not know that.
Didn't happen at the Burgess house.
That did not happen at our house. But
No.
You ever met my dad?
It happened to have you ever met my dad?
Yes, I have.
So imagine us sitting in there trying to pull this off, because my mother, God bless her, she just tried to make us
Didn't another brick in the wall
great
have the
people.
same thing?
Maybe.
Okay. So the family, the Gaither family sing-along ruined me from that. It scarred me for life. But I always loved entertainment. My grandmother gave me a love for entertainment with Tom Jones.
I throw in her underwear at Tom Jones.
It did. And it gave
Well,
me
you said.
it gave me a love for school assemblies. I love school assemblies.
Did you really?
Oh, my gosh. Listen, we had a choice. We could go to study hall or school assembly. Okay, who would go to study hall?
No.
I'm not going to study at home. Why would I go to a study hall?
Right.
So I would go to assemblies, period. Now, let me go sidebar. Don't give me the guy that's recovered from drugs to talk to me about not doing drugs. Okay? Give me the guy that didn't do the drugs, that made it through. Then I'll listen to him. I was happy for the guy recovering alcohol.
But you don't want to go that road.
But I mean, look, show me the guy that made $20 million at 18. I want to hear him.
And he avoided all these pitfalls.
Okay? I'm happy for you, but I don't have an assembly for a guy that just did what you don't tell me not to do.
Right.
I had nothing to. I never liked that.
All right, let's hold that. Let's hold. All right, let's right there. All right, so when
you
we come
just
back,
wiped out half of the motivational speakers.
But if you listen to the
We're coming back?
Yeah, we went over, so now I got to catch up.
What kind of show we got here?
Well, it's a hard break.
Momentum's lost.
I know.
You see now why the
God,
podcast...
you have to get these so they fit in one segment.
I'm
so
trying
they'll
to
carry
just
on.
frustrated.
How about this? What you're seeing now is why people love podcasts. We'll take a break. We'll come back. And what's this topic?
Memphis. This is Family Feud in the Memphis State Show Choir. It's coming.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Somebody take it down. All right, 35 minutes past the hour. What's eating Scott Gorowski? He's back. We've gone through one topic. Now we are at Family Feud in the Memphis State Show Choir.
Yes.
And you just talked about that when you were growing up, you saw your grandmother throw her underwear at Tom Jones.
Yes.
Made you want to get in the entertainment business.
Until the Gaither sing-along record came
And then the
on.
Gaither sing-along record
Brought you back.
Brought you out of that.
Neutered me.
Neutered you.
Picture him trying to sing.
And then you had a fondness, as we all did, of assemblies when you were in school, but you didn't want to hear the guy that had overcome drug addiction and lost everything. You'd rather hear a guy that didn't do those things and was very successful and remains with his money. How did he do it?
We call that an example.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to see.
Right.
Undoubtedly, I was in the minority.
Right.
But now, here we go. So I was showing up for any assembly. It didn't matter what you brought, I was going to be there, right? So we show up for an assembly, and we're all kind of getting into the gym, and I see a stage set up. We're not sure what it is, and I get word it's the Memphis State Show Choir.
Oh, my goodness.
So here's what I'm thinking or expecting. Lots of smiles, some candy cane uniforms, flat hats, happy hands.
Right.
Okay.
Kind of a up with people feel to it. Yeah.
Very white. Okay. What I get is one of the greatest music experiences of my entire life.
Are you kidding me?
From the
They
Memphis
go.
State.
I mean, they walk out. It's a blend of every culture, man, woman. They were phenomenal. Okay, they were fantastic. One of the greatest assembly
Best
ever.
dollar you ever spent.
Oh, absolutely. And they were phenomenal. So that opened up, along with Fantasy Island and the Love Boat, my love for good entertainment.
Right, yeah.
Okay? I love to be entertained. That's what I figured out. I started
Friday
playing
nights,
things
those
together.
kind of-
Instead of being an entertainer, you want to be
I
entertained.
want to be entertained.
Which,
That's exactly right.
which is why you were drawn to this friendship.
Yes, and so we have,
That's it.
I mean, if the Memphis State Choir can get you there. We wanted to do Memphis State Choir and the Air Band. Remember we had the Air Band competition?
Oh, yeah.
It's hard to find 70 high schoolers to go along
Yeah,
with
it's
you.
not-
Because you
yeah.
had to have a big group to do it.
That's tough.
But that's how much I thought of them. They have stuck in my mind since
He was giddy
1985.
about it.
It's changed my life. So, with that, 4 decades later, Family Feud now serves that purpose in my life.
Family Feuds replaced the Memphis State Show
It's,
Choir.
it's entertainment for me, okay? It's my entertainment. 6 to 7 on the CW.
Yeah.
You get back-to-backs.
Right.
all right? Okay, now, here's my problem. Here's my bend. If you're going to go on the show, understand how to win.
Right.
Go to win. You don't put your dumbest family member
Right.
in the 5-hole.
Right.
Fifth slot, they
It
have
seems
5
like
people.
they almost do that on purpose.
Well, see, I wouldn't because I'm there to win.
Yeah.
Right.
The 5 person is who ends up having to go to sudden death.
Yeah.
Or as,
Always.
or as Harvey says, sudden death.
Yeah, right.
Okay?
Yeah.
And you
Yes.
don't want that person there.
Right.
And then I've learned this too. Undoubtedly, backstage, they tell you, hey, man, when you get in the lights turned on, TV turns on, you're going to panic. Here's a couple of answers that are typically up there. Okay?
Right.
Just
You're
throw
gonna
one of them
panic.
out.
You're
okay?
gonna panic.
You're going to panic. So we got Uncle Festus there in 5-hole, right?
Okay.
And so the question is, up there, give me a word that rhymes with rat. Cat. All right, your family's got it. You over there. And the next person says bat. Then he gets the Festus. And you can tell because he's smiling. Okay, he's just shook. His eyes are lit up. He's smiling.
Every
Okay,
word's been
he's
used.
stuck. And they say, rhymes with K. He smiles and says, strip club, Steve. Okay? Because strip club is an intro on Family Feud every single solitary night. It's always there, okay? So he just throws out strip club. Of course, it's not up there.
Right, because it doesn't rhyme with what?
No,
cat.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. But then you end up with him and Bonnie from rural Tennessee up there in the sudden death. And it's going to be the simplest question to man. Fill in the blank. 1, 2, 3, blank. Bonnie. 6. Oh, Steve. It's supposed to be 4. I'm so sorry. Then she starts congratulating the other people. Festus, they're all jumping around going crazy.
Yeah.
And then it hit to me. Did they realize that 10 grand, that's not going very far?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Not among that many
We're
people.
going to take taxes out of that.
Right.
We're going to take our celebration that night out of it.
Yeah.
Those stupid costumes you bought. to get there. Transportation. I figured it out. You're down to $750 per person after you win.
Yeah, it's not a lot of money up for
So then
Family
if you
Feud.
win, look, if you win all 5, which is most you can win, that's $3,500 a person and 1/5 of a Ford Escort. That's what you got, okay? You're not walking away from your job for that. all right?
No.
That's not life-changing.
No.
But boy, they won't act like it is, okay? But so if you're going to go on a game show,
Right.
and I suggest we do,
Right.
Let's study tape. I mean, let's get ready to
Right.
win.
Get a plan.
Man.
Right.
The two spots, the spots you want to put your dumbest person in, they don't do anything. Okay?
They never put on the
They
spot.
don't represent the family. Their answer means
They're
nothing.
one strike.
How about
Good
this?
point.
Don't have a dumb one in the group.
Well, that's about impossible in my family.
Right. You got six people. That's gonna be
Yeah,
tough.
I mean, we could ask for 4. Somebody go twice.
All right. So with 5 minutes in this break, do you think we can do the one? I mean, we can come back and finish it, but I know you don't like breaking it up.
No, we're good.
But is this the one?
Well, we can get you back next week. We
Yeah.
want
You
to
want
run
the-
through your whole
You want,
script there.
you want syndrome?
Yeah, we got to have that one. I mean, because I know
What is
this.
it? What's the name of it?
Yeah. What's the title?
Thank you for telling me how special you are. The effects of hero syndrome.
I love
But we
that.
can't pass on
That's
that.
a good one.
All right, this will be our final one today.
Okay, people, I need everybody out there just to relax. Okay, relax. Our society, I'm talking about our society, us men, we have overreacted to the kid that had to play right field when we were kids.
Right.
Okay, that kid that had to play right field never got the attention at home that he needed, and now it's ruining our society.
Greg.
Okay.
Bubba.
Now,
Elm.
seriously, I'm not okay. I'm just easing into this now. Okay.
No,
I'm just kinda
I
leaning
feel
in.
it. I feel it's easing in.
Okay, because look, when we were kids, when you got home from the game, your parents asked you, "Did your team win?"
Right.
If you said yes, there may be a follow-up question. If you said no, that was the end of the conversation.
Right.
No one cared about your night.
Right.
Okay, that's not the way it is today. If you got 4 points in a rec basketball game, no one carried you off on their shoulders.
No.
Right? They just didn't.
No.
They didn't care. Matter of fact, some people will say, "Hey, you need to sit junior today so we can win."
Right.
That's how
Yeah.
much winning.
We really
meant.
want to win this game.
Right.
So we've overcompensated, and we raised a generation, us, what I call the uppers generation.
Right.
Now you understand?
Are
Everybody,
you calling us the upward?
upper generation?
Okay.
You can't have you can't have a winner without a loser.
That's correct.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
goes
Somebody's
hand in
got to
hand.
lose.
It's
Goes
impossible.
hand in hand.
So when somebody says everybody's a winner, well, listen, there's a lot of losers because you got to have a loser to have a winner. You just can't declare everybody to be winners.
If there are
We're all
no
winners.
if there are no losers, then there are no winners.
Now listen, we've let our wives run with this. We all have, okay? And we've let them overcompliment us and tell us things that aren't true. Our kids, wife, you played great today. You're the smartest one. You've all heard these things, okay? You're the best singer ever. By the way, these arts and crafts people think that they don't play daddy ball. Tell me at a church sing-along or church choir, how many kids singing solos are not kids of a staff member?
Right.
The answer is 0.
You're right.
Okay. His daddy ball is huge in the church choir stuff. Okay,
Sorry,
big time.
Adler.
And
That goes back to him wanting to be in here and
No.
tell all over
And did you refer to those people as the arts and crafts?
Yeah,
bunch?
they do crafts too.
Okay. All right.
They do arts and crafts.
Right.
Okay.
They're ceramic.
Now they'll play daddy ball as bad as anybody. Oh, these sports people are out there. No, your guy's always got the mic in his hand at Christmas. I notice. My kid's up there in the corner, trying out for the part, never gets it. But somehow your kid's just better than mine because undoubtedly you have to work here for your kid to get a solo in church choir. Like any 7-year-old could sing. They're all terrible. So I mean, why does it matter if my kid's worse than your kid? I mean, so it's daddy ball, and then he goes down. Then he goes down to us. How many times have I heard my wife, "Honey, you look great." That's impossible. That can't be right. I don't look great. Oh, honey, a Longhorn steak gift certificate for Valentine's Day. Thank you. I'm so lucky to have you. Scott, you're the best men's slow pitch catcher I've ever seen. All right? Okay. Now it's taking its way into the professional area.
Right.
We have doctors that are our age.
Oh, here we go.
Going in for surgery. What are they going to do? Well, we're going to take your left foot and we're going to put it on your right leg and your right foot on your left leg. Okay. We're going to move your ears to your nose. We're taking your arms off and attach them to your chest. Okay. How long is it going to take? 45 minutes. Every surgery is 45 minutes, maybe an hour. I've heard that 46 times now.
You can
So then you wake up and you feel like you've been in the Twilight Zone. You feel like someone's killed you. You're like, how long have I been down? 17 hours. Okay? You're like, what happened? Oh, I couldn't get that IV in. You know, it wasn't my fault. Couldn't get the IV in. I'm so good at 45 minutes. All right? Subcontractor, here all the time. Been doing this 36 years. Yet you're still driving the Japanese mission van.
Oh my God.
Where they taped it over. You're so good at this. You're still driving that van around.
What is it called? What kind
It's
of
the
van?
Japanese mission van. You know, the missionary church, the Japanese missionary church with the tape across it, and 2 hubcaps. Yeah, you've done great, man. Everybody's so happy. Okay. Now look, hero syndrome. It's not my fault you have your job. It's not my fault.
Right.
I realize you've been out and want your job, but I didn't give you the job, so don't take it out on me.
Right.
And this is happening quite a bit in this culture, okay? I saw a place, an institution that had a big sign that said heroes work here.
Oh, my goodness.
I went in and asked the Aquaman. Now listen, I got yelled at. I got yelled at for being that kind of person, and I'm like, well, you said there were heroes here, and I thought I've never met Aquaman. Everybody's pulling the rope. We talk about supply chains.
Oh.
America's one big supply chain. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Sometimes you're in the midst of it, and you're having a hard go, but we're all doing it.
Right.
Okay. At some point in time, we've all got a part in it. So everybody, back off the hero stuff. If you don't have a cape or an invisible jet, you're not a hero. Okay? If you don't work at the Hall of Justice, there's a good chance you're not a hero. If you didn't arrive on this planet by yourself from another planet, I'm going to say you're probably not a hero. Okay? If the soldiers that stormed Normandy do not consider themselves heroes, the kid that opened up Smoothie King during COVID is not a hero. Okay? All right? I'm just going to say that. Can we say that?
Yeah.
That doesn't work.
Well
okay?
done.
Let's get past all that.
Hero.
Real life scenarios. Happens to me all the time. The guy comes in for conversation. It goes back to us being so self-doubting of ourselves. Okay? Hey, Gorowski, man, I heard you had some health issues. Yeah. Before I can even say the next thing, 5 years ago, I broke my leg in 12 places. Really? Worst. I hear it's the worst the doctor's ever seen. Really? Yeah, they were going to have to amputate me from the waist down. But we found a doctor in Iceland, and he only sees 3 patients a year. And I got in to see him, and he saved my lower half. And I'm like, Laura, okay, man, that's great. And he said, I heard you got some heart problems, Gorowski. Well, I have my heart replaced. Really? You had your heart replaced? Yeah, donkey heart. Donkey heart in because my heart wouldn't handle it. Got donkey heart. So, really, you got Gorowski, what kind of stint you got? I said, I don't know. Well, I got hollowed out rebar because my donkey heart. You can't handle normal stents, so I have a donkey heart put in there. And look,
donkey heart.
Well, I mean, how's your marriage going? I'm like, my marriage is fine. My old lady left me.
Oh,
and I'm like, man, I'm so don't be sorry. I'm dating Giselle's sister. Don't worry about me. I'm good, man. It's all good. How them boys doing? I can't get it out. One of mine's working for NASA, making $9 billion a year. The other one's going down to the university to play for coach. Now, if you're not from Alabama, the university to play for coach means the University of Alabama, Coach Saban. And then it's always this, because you always follow up with, he had a scholarship. We turned it down. We don't need the money. And coach needed some help. We got raw spots. We were invited. We technically invited walk on, but I mean, it's a scholarship paying for itself. We're just helping out the coach. And JoJo's got him a job down there, making $25 billion a year. And everybody's doing great. How you boys getting out? Doing good? You're still in college? I'm sure they'll be doing good. They'll be fine. Hey, Gorowski, I'm praying for you, man. Oh yeah, I bet you are. I'm sure you're praying for me.
There he is. What's eating Scott Gorowski?
I feel better, man.
How good do you feel?
Oh, I'm ready for that ride.
Where are you going today, Scott?
I'm going to transport the space shuttle Endeavour from Gardendale, Alabama to Knoxville, Tennessee.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 6 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. What's eating Scott Gorowski? It's been put up. Can you imagine the Gorowskis going to Ancestry.com/Bubba and studying the origin of their family?
I can imagine future generations looking back and going, now, how far back is this great Uncle Scott?
Yeah.
Great Grandpa Scott?
There's no telling what they could discover. If you'd like to do this coming up with Thanksgiving and Christmas and the New Year coming up, go to Ancestry.com/Bubba and you can get, you can give this as a gift if you'd like to, or maybe you want to go ahead and get it for yourself, and then you and the family will get together and find out the real story of your family, your true ethnicity. You can do this by getting an Ancestry DNA kit and start a free trial by going to Ancestry.com/Bubba. You'll have access to their billions of records, and they can help you also find out where your family actually came from. I mean, real detailed, not just in general. So go to Ancestry.com/Bubba now and start that free trial and get your kit, or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so there goes Mr. Gorowski. We did work on making him easier to understand for the audience, and
I don't know if we accomplished much.
We tried getting some interesting emails and attempts to spell Scott's name are interesting in the
well, that's you gotta pretty much know what you're dealing with there, because that's a lot of letters.
Here's one email. Says, during the first Gorowski segment, I was listening through my Raycons. Scott's booming bass voice was no issue. The Raycons could handle listening to his tone, and so he said once again. He said sometimes it's a struggle to understand what he's saying, but the Raycon earbuds seem to help. So I didn't know that.
Yeah, a lot of email about Scott today.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing he does for me is he confirms that I'm not near as tough on my family at my house as they think I am.
No. Well,
and I need that, by the way.
Right. It's one time I actually, on purpose, took one of my sons and made sure that he played youth football for Scott. For no other reason than to toughen him up, and I knew that the benefits of that. Even there would be moments and there would be days that probably my son would look at me and go, "Who is this man, and why did you bring him into our lives?" But I will say that from that point forward, the effect. And to this day,
they probably appreciated you more.
To this day, a big love will look at me and say, "I understand why you did that, and it did help me." Yeah. In the moment, there were times I didn't feel that way, but it certainly helped me.
I think if he would start some kind of camp, I'd send my kids, every one of them, including Maddie, the 9-year-old.
Right. Yeah.
Get her started early.
Right. Of course, if Scott Gorowski did a camp, his camp would eventually end up on CNN.
It would.
With somebody crying and screaming.
Some Netflix documentary.
Yeah, some Netflix documentary.
That's Scott.
Well,
he's something. Isn't he?
Love that man.
Yeah, he's And here's what I love about Scott, and this is what you'll love. And we had this conversation, as a matter of fact, on Monday. We were catching up, and one of his sons is getting married Saturday, which is why he's going to Knoxville. Going to go with his father-in-law as they travel together, and he was
he carrying a car or something?
Yeah. I don't know if we're supposed to talk about that, but yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it may be that.
I think you've gone far enough with it,
right?
I think that's okay.
But this is what you'll love, and if you've ever met Scott Gorowski's father, in Scott's mind,
Iron Mike.
Yeah. In Scott's mind, he's been too soft on his kids, and he says, I just wasn't as tough on them as my dad was on us. I mean that's how Scott sees it.
I think
it's almost like hearing Barry Sanders talk about his son.
Yeah.
And somebody talks about that. Will your son, you think, be able to do what you did? And Barry Sanders says probably not, because he didn't have my dad as his dad. He had me.
Yeah.
He missed that one advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's you don't want to go too soft, but I think there's each generation is going to have to be gauged a little different based on what's going on.
Of course, I would have to. There's one thing I will gauge it by. And I mean all things, not just
results.
Right. Not just
results. Is a good measure. It's kind of like antibody.
Yeah, I was about to say, is the fruit of what they produce.
Yes,
that's it.
And
that's it.
As he said, if the guys who stormed the beach at Normandy don't want to be called a hero, probably if you open the Smoothie King during the pandemic, you're probably not.
If you sat my dad down right there in front of that microphone, he would tell you I've been too soft on my kids, and I would agree with him. And it's because of society and us having to, you know, feeling like we have to transition into what's going on in the world.
Right. It's you know, there's it's almost like we don't do a good job of saying, all right, there are some things from this generation we don't want to pass on. They had that wrong.
Yeah.
And then there were things they had right. We rarely ever pick the right things on what to get rid of and what to keep. You know,
Are y'all tougher on the kids, or were your wives tougher on the kids? Think about that when we come back.
Top of the hour. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. May hear from Gary the Bulldozer Man this hour. Well, Gorowski and Gary on the same day. So we'll see. You know, when cell service right down here and you know, in Chilton County, I mean, we ain't got no cell towers. We may hear from him this hour, and even if we hear from him, will it be quality enough for us to understand what he's saying, too?
Wow, a lot of guests we can't hear today.
All right, so welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged. We thank each and every one of you for spending a few hours with us each and every day. We asked for 5, but we'll take whatever you got.
We'll take whatever we get. All right, so, Greg, I know that you're in there, but we want to talk to you about what happened to you on the way to work today. So breakfast has arrived, and everybody's settling into their breakfast eating places. But we got to talk to Greg about what he experienced today on his way to work. Oh, you've already eaten? All right, come on.
You gotta be mad about it.
Yeah, I thought about
Greg beat me. I hadn't even got to mine.
Bubba, you've been into quite a bit this morning.
Yeah, Bubba, what have you been doing?
Nothing. This is about Greg.
Okay, all right. So.
What'd you do, Greg?
I thought y'all was doing calls. I'd already eaten.
No, it's good. Greg
Burgesses eat fast.
Yeah, Bubba mentioned it in the break, and I was like, yeah, we do need to cover that today.
Well,
what time do you get up?
I get up at about 2:20.
2:20 a.m.
I usually leave the house about 20 till 3.
20 till 3. Wow. So
2:40.
So really not.
Yeah, I don't know why I went to 20 to 3. But I just did.
Both of them are right. So I would have said 2:40.
My mind don't work good that time of day.
Well done. So
it's amazing. Can I just
early.
say this? It's amazing to me that you can do that and have done it as long as you have. Because I commuted for a much shorter period of time, and it about drove me nuts.
Yes, obviously had no effect on me at all.
None. So it's a weird time of day to be going to work.
And there's certain times I like to be here. I like to get here an hour before we go on air, because we got things that we do, and if something's messed up, you have time to fix it.
Yep.
So a lot of times when I'm trying to get out of there, I'm cutting. I need to go now. Here's Buddy and Marty. I got to put something out for them, or they've drug something out in the yard. I got to get.
Right.
You know, so I deal with that.
So
dealt with that this morning.
You get up at 2:20. You leave at 2:40. What time do you normally get to the studio?
4.
If you don't have what you had
4 o'clock.
4, and then you start on there at 5.
Yeah.
All right. So what?
And I did. The dogs gave me a little bit of a handle. They had they dumped the water over, so I got that, and then they drug a dustpan out in the yard.
Right.
So I got that, and so now I'm rolling, and then I can see at the end of the drive some eyes that there's another. See, we got dogs that live across other part of the neighborhood too. Well, it ain't a neighborhood. Y'all know where I live, but anyway.
Yeah.
Bubba really knows. This is old family land.
Yeah.
And I seen there's a dog at the end, and as I get close, I look,
there's
something.
To do something I never could do. Get him to sell something.
There's a dog sitting there, and there's something beside him, and my driveway is a quarter mile long. Okay, so I'm getting about half an hour. Something ain't right. So I pull up, and there's a deer that's been hit by a car. Now, it's passed on,
right.
So and it's not alive. Bubba's seen us wrestle live one time. Well, you remember that?
Yes, I'll never forget that.
But and it's laying there in the driveway. I'm right there on the concrete, and it's a big, mature doe. And I'm like, well, I need to go. I ain't got time to fool with this, but I can't leave it here.
Right.
Lisa, boy, that'd be great when she left this morning.
Can you
driving
imagine?
up? And then I thought, well, I'll just drag it over.
Now, how cold was it?
It was in the 40s.
Refrigerator.
Well, listen, so I'm sitting there, and I said, well, I'll just drag it out of the driveway. And then I thought, well, I don't want it out here
so
through
You put it in the cooler?
The motion. So I made the call. I said, well, I guess I'm going to try to get in the back of this truck by myself. And it was kind of heavy.
Yeah, that's hard to do.
But I got her up in there. And the dogs were disappointed because they were all coming around smelling. The dogs from across. It's so funny. He was sitting right beside it, just looking.
They wasn't quite sure what to do with it.
No.
He's like, that is a big rat.
And like I say, this was a mature, pretty good size, decent size doe. Anyway, so I loaded up and I think, now what am I going to do with it? Right? I can't bring it to work.
So there's a moment in the middle of the night. It's pitch dark.
Mm-hmm.
Your lights are on a dead deer laying across your driveway.
Yeah.
And you're trying to get it up into the back of your truck on the way to work.
Yes.
Okay.
While dogs running all around me.
While dogs are saying, leave it for us, we want it.
And so I get it in there, and luckily I got it finagled where I could get up in the truck and reach down and pull it up, which my strength was no problem.
Right, that's right.
So I'm taking. Then I go, okay, I got that part done. Now what I do with it?
Right.
So I'm riding. And I'm thinking, I'm gonna go in my mind. The road I normally go on, it's pretty populated. And then there's another road I can cut around and kind of go another way, but it'll still take me to work. And I remember there's stretches in there where nobody lives. So I found me a good place to pull over and drug her out of the bank, drug her up in the woods, and away I went. So the coyotes in that area will be happy.
Yeah, buzzards
So
will love it.
you dumped a dead deer on somebody else's property.
No, but not a house.
What I said.
kept it on the right of way. It's under the power line. They're not. Listen, you ever drove up through there? They're laying everywhere anyway.
Yeah, no, they are. I see.
I mean, that is nobody's even going to blink.
No.
I mean, that's common. That's like
I
seeing
see
seeing
many-
a piece of trash somebody threw at.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's not a but no, it doesn't affect anyone. They don't have to deal with the stink or nothing because there's nobody lives around it.
And
And
then-
I was going to just drag it across the road. I said, well, I'm going to have to deal with
What you're
it
saying is
when I go get the mail.
you took it to the wild where nature could take its course.
Yeah.
Out there. In
I
the
didn't go
wild.
dump it
them
somebody else's
coyotes
driveway.
and everything. It'd be gone in a day anyway.
Oh,
Now, if I'd have drug it to my neighbor's driveway, yeah, that'd been bad. But I
Think
waited.
about it.
This was an area. At the time, I was just trying to get a plan. Because I first grabbed it and was dragging it across the road, and I thought, well, what am I doing that for? I'm still going to have to deal with it.
So there's a moment where you're doing that back and forth. I'm not sure what to do, and there's a deer laying
And
there.
I wasn't sure I could get it in there without having to wrestle it and get it,
And then you knew, hey, I got to start America's favorite radio show.
That's
That's right. I got
But
to
anyway,
get busy here somehow.
I was probably 5-10 minutes later than I thought I wanted to be.
That's not
Wasn't
bad
that
considering you
No,
took
it
a
wasn't
deer.
bad.
No. Once I got in the truck, I thought, okay.
Was there ever a moment you thought, can't get in the truck?
Yeah, I did it without having to just, because I didn't want to just, I mean.
Yeah, have it all over you.
Yeah, and there wasn't, I ain't gonna get
Wasn't
it.
bloody because there
No,
was
well,
no,
yeah.
none of that.
But
But,
anyway, but yeah, the old car.
The injuries were not, you couldn't see them from the
internal.
But see, I got a lot of deer over, and I see them when I drive down my driveway at night and stuff. So I guess I got one less. Than I
outside.
normally
Yeah,
have.
yeah. And this is one of the few moments where you wish the deer laying there was a small one.
Yeah, that's a great point.
You really do.
It's almost like a reverse reaction.
But again, I didn't plan on that, and that. But no, Bubba, like I said, nobody will even blink an eye.
Nobody's going to check their mailbox today, and the deer will be laying there.
No, because again, it's so common to see them anyway. In this particular area, they say, "Well, hey, at least it's not by somebody's house."
Well, I just know that moment.
I can't believe you left it and didn't just take it.
What am I going to do with it?
Well, you could
get that freezer full. It's that time of year.
I ain't worried about that.
Yeah.
I did cut the back straps out of it.
Now, how about this? How long? How long will
That's what I
you? How long would you let a deer lay there and you still take some meat?
I'm not eating roadkill, guys. I'm just not.
I'm not either.
No
Well,
matter,
it's-
even if I
it's
saw
cool
it
out
get
there.
hit. It
It's
was
cool
cool.
out
It was
there.
cool.
It's like
Yeah, but
refrigerator.
Bubba, you just.
I'm not eating roadkill. I'm just not.
Now I would if we were like in the apocalypse.
Well, yeah, Rick.
And but I mean, I'm going to have a freezer full of deer meat this year with no issue whatsoever.
Yeah.
And still got some from last year.
That's funny.
Nobody in my house eats it but me anyway, so it ain't like I need any.
Yeah.
Well, Greg got one.
Yeah, I got one.
On the board early.
I did have one in my truck, hauling it out.
How'd it feel?
Felt like I'd been hunting. Felt like I was going to the processor to get her all worked out.
Oh, yeah. All right, 15 minutes past. We'll be back. We may or may not, I think, we may hear from Gary. Hey, I'm trying to call in. I would tell Greg that, we got it. He should have brought that deer to me.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. It's been an action-packed show today. If you have not been with us, we've done another edition of What's Eating Scott Gorowski, getting a tremendous response on that. And sometimes you think, does a show, is there too much going on in one show? But now, Gary, the bulldozer man, Spurmaster's on the hotline. Gary the bulldozer man. I mean, hey, you can't have nothing.
I hope his phone's good.
I do too. I'm nervous answering this. Hey, Gary.
Hey, how's it going?
We're good. I'm gonna worry about your phone.
Well, y'all was cutting out a little bit there a minute ago.
We were not.
Yeah, you was. When you been back at the farm?
Well, when am I coming back to the farm? Or when?
I ain't saying nothing. I know when you're there.
This thing with Gary knowing when we're there. So
and the phone's beginning to cut out.
Yeah, Gary.
It's on us, Bubba.
Yeah. How do you know when I'm there, Gary? You ever gonna share that?
No, I have to keep that kind of a secret.
Bubba, I've encountered the rubber snake that Gary leaves in various places at the farm about 4 times over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, you need to cut the head off that thing.
Yeah, well, I did, and he still keeps using it. now without a head on it. So, Gary,
I need to tell you something. Y'all need to quit talking. You need to quit talking, telling people I'm saying stuff about Dan Mocher. He's gonna get to where he want me to come over and hunt anymore.
You know what'll solve that?
Yeah,
stop talking about it.
That's right, Gary. I mean, you
cut him some slack.
I mean, let's
face it. Come over and work, and here you are telling him I'm saying stuff about him.
So would you want to talk about biologic then?
No.
Yeah, you want to talk about that small feeder that's automatic?
Yeah, we let that go.
Okay. Well, I'm
just checking.
Yeah, I'm just checking.
Get dialed in here.
You need to get him to give you some of them 325 pounders.
Yeah, I know. Speedy's got all them. When he brought up that big one, now he's got that big one that holds so much. I want one of those, and I kept waiting on Dan to offer us one. He just didn't.
Well, I'll talk with him. Maybe I can get him one. But I've been aiming to tell you I hadn't talked in a while. Be at the Stardome Comedy Club Friday night, tomorrow night.
What did you say?
I'm gonna be at the Stardome tomorrow night.
Are you performing?
No, I just got some friends that got some tickets and want me to go up there with them to see James.
Well, you might would have said you're going to the Stardome, not you're going to be there.
I thought you were opening up.
I
for
did
James
too.
Gregory.
I thought you was opening up for James Gregory.
The double bill.
Well, what stuff, you know. But anyway.
So you're going to go to the comedy club to see James Gregory?
Yeah.
I'm
we.
Well, when he does his tornado bit, I hope he's looking at you. Man, he can have an example of Gary out in the audience.
We're supposed to be sitting at the table there in front. So.
You're going to be at the front table for James Gregory's show?
Yeah.
Oh, I feel so good for James right now.
Oh, I know. His night's made.
His night is
his
made.
job just got easy.
Have you ever heard James before, Gary?
Yeah, it's been about 10 years. Oh, I'm at the old comedy club up there about 10 years ago.
It's been longer than that.
Gary,
if it was at the old comedy club.
At the old one. The old one was
it went out of business before we started.
I think that was like 30 years ago.
Well, it may have been.
Oh, it burned down. Yeah. They moved.
There's that good phone.
Gary,
this has been a great segment, by the way.
Gary, your phone. I don't know what we're going to do about your phone. You're going to have to just start driving. The new studio, by the way, will be closer to you.
Have you, well, y'all, I got a phone call the other day, y'all was on about something that somebody emailed me about. I called in to defend myself, and I said, well, Speedy and Bubba don't like me to call in a whole lot. And, he said, what? I said, but I kind of put it off on Speedy and Bubba. Didn't want me to call in.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. I'm gonna write that down. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's Speedy. He's a big screener of who gets to come on and who doesn't.
I know. I have to call in now.
Gary, are we ready to go for deer season?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I don't know where. Huh?
Greg got him one today.
Yeah, Greg's on the board. Greg's already got a doe. He went hunted on youth weekend.
Well, he should have brought that down by the farm and we'd eat that when we had the show hunt over there.
Yeah, Gary said he's willing to cook for us if we do a show hunt. We come down there at Camp House. He said he'll lay it on us.
We're willing to let him.
We don't have the year-ender show this year.
The year-ender show, it's going to be a big one because we're going to say goodbye to the studio.
You can come by and stand outside.
Got to have some pies.
Yeah, that's right. You better have some pies in your hand.
If I come by,
we're going to give away some cell phones. Y'all sign up for those.
Have you mailed my check to front, Rick?
Yes, I did. I mailed it on, let's see, probably on Tuesday.
Well, I might get another phone picked up this time.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do something, Gary. You and I've talked about this before.
Gary, there's cell towers all over the place. Just drive till you see one.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Or get Al to put you a booster up over
Right.
there.
We could Zoom.
Yeah.
If he's got internet at his house, we can Zoom, and he does.
We
so
could Zoom.
we could
That's
do
right.
that.
Yeah.
And that way we get to see you.
Nah, you don't say. I hadn't shaved since I got over COVID. That's been 2 months ago. I look like a little Santa.
You're like a little Santa?
Is that what he said?
Yeah. I hadn't shaved in about. It's probably been.
Good night.
It's been about 2 months since September, about the 10th. I hadn't shaved.
You looking sharp.
So Gary, have you got everybody's green fields that you plant every year? Are you done? Is the season ready, or where you at?
Oh yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I wish I deer hunted, but I just got to where I don't deer hunt anymore.
That's not true. Gary Vines, he'll kill $3 this year.
No,
or whatever the limit is.
I'm gonna say that.
And most of the people know he's on their property.
Well, he had kind of a falling out. He doesn't have access to as much property as he did.
Really?
Yeah. Al sold off a lot of his.
Did he really?
Yeah.
He made Moultrie mad.
Yeah, he's upset Moultrie. He can't go over there. And I just my little old place so small. I don't have room for just a few hundreds.
Well, I know when you there and when you ain't, so I go over and hunt when you're not there.
Well, yeah, we've got a turkey deal. Let's just let you know. I tell you, there's some things you need to take care of over there.
What's that?
Man, we'll talk about it off there.
Uh-oh.
I saw some I saw some signs in there I didn't like.
Well, what was it, doo-doo on the ground over
there? Put it that way.
That's right. We either got Bigfoot or some people been sneaking in.
I told Rick I want to come see that fence he had put up.
Yeah, it's
You got him one.
Yeah, it's not completely finished yet.
No, I really haven't even started on it yet. But,
yeah, there's part of it Gary's supposed to be working on. You can't get no wood, can't get no lumber.
What are you talking about? There's plenty of lumber out there.
Yeah, it's hard to get it there. Gary, good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah, I'll holler at you later.
All right, thanks, Gary. Thanks for checking in, buddy. We'll be back. See you. All right, then.
See you, Gary.
You can't even have a phone. Right. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And there's lines available. Our first phone troll of the day, and there's plenty for you to respond to. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Your comments, your questions, bringing information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. This is us to get a lot of comments, a lot of questions, a lot of information on the program in a short amount of time. As you are lining up and getting in, and if you move right now, you can. I want to point you to mypillow.com/Bubba. That's a brand new URL, by the way. We've done so much business with MyPillow, and so many of you have responded. We now have our own URL, so when you go there, you go right to where you need to be. And remember that when you go there, use the promo code Bubba, because you're going to find all sorts of savings. I mean, the savings are plenty. Speaking of that, these MyPillow slippers that Bubba and I have, and man, we are loving them. You can get those right now, and we're going to save you a tremendous amount of money. You can get the slippers at 50% off right now. And man, they're great. You will absolutely love them. Also, they have new bathrobes, sleepwear, and quilts, and some cool colors made with 100% U.S. Upland cotton. Get 30% off on those and save $40 right now on the classic MyPillow by going to mypillow.com/Bubba. Use the promo code Bubba. 30 seconds to pop. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. We'll get started at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available if you want to make the move now. I see that we had a drop off, but some of them are coming back. So let's who am I going to here first? We're having some issues with the phone there, but let me go here. Hey, Rick and Bubba's show. What's your name? Where you calling from? You got 30 seconds on the program. Go ahead.
Hey, this is James from Birmingham.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man. Rick, I wanted to follow up with you last night. I'm going to the grocery store to get one thing, and then my wife says, hey, I need a couple of things I put on the list for you. And I was like, good grief, because I just heard you say that on the podcast.
Oh, they'll add on.
About, you get one thing, the list grows, and you get the phone call. Hey, get this too.
Have you ever had the phone call or the text that says if you're still there and you're like 3 minutes from the house? Not there anymore.
Yeah.
Not there anymore.
Sorry about that. Missed the window.
That goes back to that. There just seems to be, and I know this is general. I'm sure there's exceptions, but in the female gender, there seems to be a little bit of an inability to have a concept of time.
Yeah.
How long things take.
Some areas you're stronger, noticing colors and combinations of things. Time not in that group.
Oh, no, they've got skill sets we don't have, and thankful for that. But the concept of time and how long things take don't seem to be there. Let's go to Randy in Alabama. Randy, you got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you for taking the call. I got a question about the Rittenhouse trial. When the fellow is acquitted, can they not take some of these CNNs and the other news medias who've been condemning him and calling him racist, etc., and take them to civil court like the Trump lawyer did for the fella who was in that school group in Washington, D.C.?
You mean assuming that he is acquitted in this trial, you're saying can he go back and sue national media for slandering him, I guess is what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Or presenting him in a bad light? He could, but it wouldn't be easy, I'll tell you that. Because not only you don't have to prove you have to prove that they did it, but you have to prove they did it with intent. And that's often very hard to document.
Well, I don't know what this new thing is, and I guess it's not new, but I guess we just have so many ways to do it now, where everybody seems to be able to know everything about a person they've never even met.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they haven't heard the trial, and they haven't heard the evidence. They got a couple of video clips. But before I know it, on a couple of video clips, here's what I noticed yesterday. We know what his intent was, which we don't. For some reason, we know whether he was faking or not faking in his testimony. I guess we've all become psychic prophets of some kind. We've given him names of what he was doing and what his motive was. We have no idea. But everybody just starts labeling as if we have come up with our story. This is the movie we're creating. Some of that may or may not be true, but We don't know any of that.
We do know this yesterday that the judge had set pretty strict parameters on how he wanted this case and the evidence to be presented, and the prosecutor began to wander off of the range of that, and the judge went nuts on it.
Yeah.
And the defense then filed for a mistrial with prejudice, which means he couldn't be tried again, and the judge is taking that motion and said he will rule on it. So the case may be over.
Yeah.
Who knows? I don't know that he would do that, and I don't know the details of what the lawyer did or had been warned not to do, but the judge was clearly not happy with the prosecution.
Yeah, I haven't heard one lawyer last night say that the strategy of the prosecution, now they don't want it to be without prejudice. That's why the defense put that in there, that they want a mistrial because it's going so poorly.
Yeah, and this whole thing...
And that guy was trying to get it thrown out.
Of what he did and why he went there and why he carried a gun. And, you know, the last guy that he shot obviously pointed a gun at him. And then he defended himself. Now, there was 2 other people killed. I don't know, and I'm not going to try to get into all
There's
that.
a concept. You don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But here's what I would say. If you're a guns right person, I wouldn't hang your Second Amendment hat on Kyle Rittenhouse because we don't know all the finer points of this whole thing as it plays out. Just be careful that you don't make him poster boy for the Second Amendment.
One of the uncomfortable moments yesterday, the judge's cell phone went off after he had given this big speech.
Yeah, we have that, yeah.
And it's playing Lee Greenwood's Proud to be American.
That's funny. So we made,
and of course, people are now tying that to, well, this is a talk about it. Yeah, it's crazy. Hey, it's a Trump guy.
Yeah,
that's what Trump came out to.
Unbelievable.
That's
Faith
Lee
in
Greenwood.
Yeah, Faith in Florida. Faith, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey,
Faith.
Nothing starts the day right like a good prayer and some Rick and Bubba, right?
Thank you very much.
Amen and amen.
And an amen. Hey, I have a question about the new studio. I hear you talking about it being maybe smaller. Will there be the ability to have the golden ticket seats and or as an alternative? Will there be viewing from outside like you have now?
Yes, there'll be golden ticket seats. No, there probably won't be much ability to see from the outside, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, there's a window not near the size we have now, and you'll probably have to stand in bushes to look in it.
Yeah, so the outside viewing, it will be very...
Juniper bushes.
Much
exact.
more. Yeah, so I don't think the outside viewing is going to be... It won't be anywhere near like this, but there will be golden ticket seat opportunities, yes.
Hopefully not as much drilling.
Beth in Alabama. Beth,
or leaks.
Yeah, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to help you guys out just a little bit. The comment about women not having a concept of time, we know if we sent you to the store and you're almost home, we know that you probably are almost home. We're just expecting you to turn around and go back.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, we know you're almost home. We thought of something else we need. So instead of asking you to go back, if we say, are you still there, that gives you the opportunity to offer,
funny.
and that way we don't have to ask.
You know what?
That's brilliant.
And
actually.
it works every time.
I know.
Because I will tell my wife, look, I'll just turn around and go back down there. But I don't live far from the grocery store, so it's not that big a deal. 866, of course, don't have Fritos, but let's go to Jeff in Illinois. Jeff, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great. We're great.
Hey, yesterday that guy called and he was talking about having that Indian blood, and y'all kind of gave him a hard time about it. And there's something to this, guys, because, I'm what you call an Indian outlaw. I'm half Cherokee and Choctaw, and my baby, she's actually a Chippewa. She's a one of a kind. And so there's something to this. We haven't had COVID, and we're
No, we were not trying to give him a hard time. We were just trying to fully understand the point he was trying to make, and it was on us, clearly.
David in Georgia. David, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, Rick, just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. When y'all were up on Goodwin Crest Drive,
yes,
the first studio, I believe Vocational Rehab had part of the building downstairs. And my wife worked there, and one day Garfield the cat made an appearance at the studio. I don't know if it was during your program or one of the later programs. but had this big limousine drove up and had Garfield in it.
I actually think that was Bubba getting out of that limo.
Well, it may have been.
Did I have lasagna? Do you know?
Well, we've been a long time listener and enjoy your program and enjoy the work that you're doing with Man Church.
Thank you, man. That's very kind of you.
Very
to say
nice.
that. Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
great.
Very nice.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll come back.
Yeah, some of these old studios I hadn't really thought about much till it was time to move to a new one, and I've been thinking about them some now. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
We need to put together an official list because I keep getting them out of order.
I can't remember what we called. I know the closet, but did we name the one that we went in after that?
I need to run them.
Did they have a? Yeah, we can run them down when we come back. I remember where they were, but I don't think they all had names.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so a lot of you, well, not a lot of you, some of you in the phone segment, but also in the email, the old Rittenhouse trial. We did talk about it yesterday. Some of you thought we didn't mention it yesterday, but we did. But now, there's more footage and things that we have now that we didn't have yesterday. And one of them, Helmsley's mentioned, we'll play that. I don't, and I'm trying to, this thing with Tucker Carlson, I may not know enough about this one here. You have Adler's 3C, but we have, we will play the part that seems to be everybody talking about, and that's when the judge went off on the prosecutor who was being blatant, and the judge is letting him know that he's being very blatant by going down the roads he was going. Some of it seemed to be tied by the fact that Rittenhouse, was silent and wouldn't talk to anybody to begin with, and I guess was taking the fifth, and something about the prosecutor bringing that up. You're not supposed to bring that up or something. I don't know.
Well, the judge is in control of the evidence the jury hears, and whatever it was, he didn't think it would be evidence or shouldn't be allowed in the court, admissible, and he had warned them ahead of time, and the prosecutor started going that way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the judge stopped the trial, took the jury out, from what I understand, and then I saw this clip.
So here it is. Here's the judge talking to the prosecutor. Go ahead.
Why would you think that made it okay for you, without any advance notice, to bring this matter before the jury? I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
So, and there are some people thinking the prosecutor's trying to get a mistrial.
Well, he at one point, I didn't see that, he told the attorney not to be brazen with him, wasn't that the term he used? Because he was trying to justify what he was doing, and they kind of got into a little...
he got ugly.
And then immediately, he almost said there that that's going to give the defense grounds for a mistrial, and he stopped before he said that. And, of course, the defense knew that, and they immediately filed for a mistrial with prejudice, which means it couldn't be retried again.
Yeah, and I watched experts last night. They say the judge, with what's going on in the courtroom, they believe he has grounds to do that if he so chooses.
Right.
So next, the judge's phone goes off. You mentioned that, Helmsy. And, again, everything's tribalism now, and Bubba was warning, which he's right, on either side of this. This deal where we go, based on my tribe, I have to feel this way about whatever's before me. Life doesn't work that way. You need to know the details of everything. You don't have to declare a position and then start some political battle over every little thing that comes up. Might want to wait and try to figure out what actually happened before you really make a ruling on how you feel or what you believe about the situation on either side of it. You can't immediately say this is a vigilante, evil person that we all must hate. And over here, you can't say this is going to be our poster boy for the Second Amendment. It can't, it's really neither. There's always more to it than that. Yeah. And maybe we should wait and calm down and not everything have to turn out to be, now it's time for my tribe to hate your tribe, you hate me, and I hate you, and we're on this right here. So here is the phone going off during the trial by the judge.
I don't think that's necessarily what I'm supposed to do. But I think the court has to make some findings as it relates to the bad faith on the part of the prosecution. And if the court makes a finding that the actions that I had talked about were done in bad faith, then I think both elements...
What about when you're the person that's gotten on everybody about not taking this courtroom serious, and then your phone goes off? I told y'all the story about the pastor that we all know that was just lighting somebody up by whose phone that was. It was his. And he'd left it on the front pew.
Rick, that from the judge's standpoint, how many people he's had to get on to about the phone.
Bubba.
And if somebody else had done that, he would have jumped in, and it's his. So he quickly you cut it off and act like I didn't hear anything. Did you?
And then to Helmsley's point, now we're supposed to read something into the ringtone. It may be that this
I couldn't tell what song
it may
was,
be
right?
that this judge is proud to be an American and loves his country. It may just be that.
Well,
You
other
know?
people like that song other than Donald Trump.
Right.
I mean, it sold a few copies,
It
and
did.
it's been in a few shows. Can't have a 4th of July without hearing it. So,
Yeah.
you know, I don't necessarily think that means that the judge is prejudiced here for this defendant.
So what is this 3C, Adler? I'm so sorry. I'm not versed on. Does this tie to what we're talking about, or is it just a different?
Yes. So Joseph Rosenbaum is one of the people that were shot by Rittenhouse.
Okay.
And Tucker Carlson is just speaking to the character of who Joseph Rosenbaum was, and I thought it was pretty cutting.
Okay. So this is one of the people that was killed.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So here's Tucker Carlson.
And there is some, there's no cussing or anything like that, but there is some kind of graphic language.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Thanks for
Trial confirmed exactly what happened. And here are the facts of it. A convicted child rapist called Joseph Rosenbaum was released from a mental hospital and then went directly to join the mob that was burning downtown Kenosha. Once he got to the riot, Rosenbaum saw Kyle Rittenhouse and immediately threatened to kill him. Rosenbaum then chased Rittenhouse and tried to pull the gun from his hands. When he did that, Kyle Rittenhouse shot him. So Joseph Rosenbaum died as he had lived, trying to touch an unwilling minor.
Wow.
Because Rittenhouse was 17 when this took place, and he's 18 now.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. It's a very strange case about the way this happened, where it happened, what the intent was,
Right.
and the gun laws that would govern that location. So it's I've tried to kind of stay out of it, neutral as best I can, watching it until all the facts are on the table, because it is confusing.
Wow, what a concept!
I know, it's fine.
Aren't you
mean
trying-
due process?
I was about- Are you trying to be edgy and be
Crazy.
Well, you're really going to live out there, so
Crazy.
you're going to be an individual here. Yeah, maybe that's the best way to go. First of all, I think it's going to be pretty easy to find out whether a person his age can cross state lines with the gun. We ought to be able to just simply look at the law and know that. And then like we hear here, Tucker Carlson's group apparently had done some research on one of the people that got killed and what they were doing there and what actually happened with what the witnesses who saw it. And he's making a comment there. So some of this ought to be pretty simple to say, here's the laws, here's the action, and then you can make a ruling on where you stand on what happened.
Yeah, here you go. So, Kyle Rittenhouse was put on the stand by the defense yesterday, which is not always done.
Right.
And they called it a risky move. And when being asked about some of it, he broke down yesterday. But I'll be honest with you, it was kind of a strange breakdown. I don't know. I can't really explain why I would say that, but I'm not saying he's faking. I'm not saying he wasn't real, but his crying was a little odd to me. I don't know. Maybe just a strange crier. I don't know.
Well, there are people who top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Quite a show that we've already had. Now we start a new hour. We hope you'll join us. We got the real Greg Burgess. We got Helmsy. We got Adler. And will you join me? And welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussey. There he is.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. You might want to make plans to go see Mr. Scott Dawson tonight. Did you know that Scott Dawson will be speaking at a man church at Journey Church in Laurel, Mississippi? It's been a good area for the show for many years. They're rolling through the men's discipleship strategy. This may be their fourth man church, I think. Dawson is there tonight, so make plans to go out and see him. I'll be speaking at a man church at Pine Grove Baptist Church in Center, Alabama, coming up on Sunday night. Helmsy will be in Guntersville at United Methodist Church. He'll be there as they do man church as well. That's all coming up tonight and then Sunday of this week. Find details by going to themanchurch.com. Clicking on upcoming events.
What? The wheel of me keeps on turning.
There it is.
Ooh, if I don't win today, then tomorrow.
Everybody sing it.
Wheel of me's got me yearning.
Look at that wheel.
Whoa. Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful wheel of meat. Oh, it is packed with prizes. Packed with prizes. You can pick up meat, of course, right? That's going to come from our friends at HarryandDavid.com. We've got some bouquets of flowers. You say bouquet or bouquet?
I say bouquet. Bouquet.
Bouquet of flowers.
Bouquet. I think it's a bouquet.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think you can do either one.
Bouquet.
Cord Buddy's on the wheel. Got Cord Buddy. Got Moultrie, the feeder that Gary was talking about. It's
Rick,
on the.
this is what I do. Hey, I got you a bunch of flowers.
Here's some beautiful flowers. That's all on the wheel. We got some great prizes from the Rick and Bubba store on the wheel. But there are some potential pitfalls. Not everyone is a winner. Greg is on the drums and go. We will have Adler will be showing it to you if you have the YouTube option there.
You just almost have to yell "go" when you hear that, don't you?
I mean, there's nothing you can do
Greg,
about it.
are you in a pep band for a local basketball team or something?
Boy,
because I
should
think
be.
they ought to get with you.
Go. You should be on there. All right, so
been loud,
Helmsy will take. You need to get the microphone, Helms. Oh, you got to have your worms.
Oh, Helms.
All right, so we got Helms will be on.
How about a go for Helms?
Yeah. Go! So Helms will spin the wheel since we have no Speedy or special guest.
Is it on? Can we hear you?
Well, let's see. Testing
Hey,
1, 2.
testing 1, 2.
There he is.
There it is.
Yeah, got it, kid.
Now you got to do that sniffing sound when we have flowers.
Are you going to do all that? Yes. I hadn't heard that much sniffing since the 80s. All right, so thank you, Greg. Let's go to Cliff in Prattville listening to I-92. Cliff, what do you say to Helmsy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip.
Wow. Helms decided to take the whole segment up. Let's spin.
There it is. Look at that wheel go, Bubba.
Look at her go.
Look at that wheel. Look at that wheel. Have you thought about where the wheel's going in the new studio?
No, I really haven't.
The hand of truth, is it going?
I'm more worried about getting all that junk out of my office.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Spatula. Flip it. Now, Cliff, I will tell you, I've been seeing the orders come through the store. These spatulas are going out like crazy, so I don't know when you're going to get this.
Like hotcakes?
Like hotcakes.
Why is that always what we go to?
I don't know.
They're flying out here like hotcakes.
Apparently, hotcakes, they just roll out of here.
When hotcakes come up, everybody wants one.
So, Cliff, congratulations. You got a spatula from the Rick and Bubba store. We'll get all your information. Just stay on hold. Don't leave us because we're down a man. Just stay on hold so we can get your information when we're done with the prizes, okay?
All right, thanks.
All right, Cliff, thank you, buddy. Thanks for listening to the show. Appreciate that. Let's go to Coleman, Alabama, where we have Mary Nell standing by. Hey, Mary Nell, how you doing?
I'm great. How are y'all?
I'm good. What do you say to Helmsy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Mary Nell!
Helms is putting his back into it. That's how all that working out you've been doing is really helping you out.
Look at the camera shot. Look at my 3D thumbs up.
I can't hear a word y'all are saying.
It's fine.
Yeah,
It's a lot of noise back there. Oh!
Helms, you must be working out the way you're spinning that
You
wheel.
really are. Man, that Godspeed's making a difference.
Flowers, 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 smell it! You gotta go like Speedy does.
All right, Mary Nell.
Yes, sir.
Would you like for us to send you 24 red roses, 24 multicolored roses, or some autumn lilies?
Multicolored roses, please.
I really thought you were going to go with the lilies. All right, so multicolored roses. Let's put you on
Rose is
hold.
hard to beat.
And 1-800-Flowers.com will send that right to you, okay?
Thank y'all. Have a blessed day.
Oh, you
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you, Mary Nell.
We don't get a go from Greg?
Greg. Go! Let's go to Jeffrey. Jeffrey's in
Are
Birmingham.
you 2 or 3 days a week? Huh?
Jeffrey, what do you say to Helmsy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Oh, stop it. Jeffrey, you got to have more enthusiasm than that.
You got to have the same enthusiasm Helms has got.
I know you're at work, but you're going to have to give us some noise.
I mean, we're going to have to grease that thing when Helms gets done.
Is the coyote going with us?
Oh, yeah. Sure it is. You think you're going to leave that for some doctor?
Yeah! Meat it is. Meat it is. $50 worth of meat for Jeffrey out of Birmingham, Whispering Jeffrey. Jeffrey, congratulations, buddy. Let's put you on hold. Just hang on because there's nobody in there right now, but when Helmsy's done spinning the wheel, he'll get on with you and get all your information. And then harryanddavid.com will send you some meat, okay?
All right, thanks, Dad.
All right, see you, Jeff. Whispering Jeffrey from Birmingham.
How about a double? How about a double go? Maybe even a triple go, Greg.
Let me have a triple. Go! Go! Go, 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 go! I love that. Bubba, one of your favorite places. One of your favorite places on earth is next.
Where at?
Look right there on 7.
Where are we at?
Hickory, North Carolina.
Hickory,
North Carolina.
Home of John Reap.
Hey, wait, what was the deal on the last spin? I couldn't hear y'all. Why were y'all questioning me starting when I did? Y'all were screaming.
The caller was not as loud and enthusiastic.
I
as
wasn't
Rick
on you.
wanted
I was on
it.
the caller. This is what we have in the caller. Wow, what a wheel.
But he obviously was trying to keep it down home.
Wow, what a wheel.
Okay. I thought I'd done something incorrect.
I'm whispering Jeffrey from Beeham. But he was at work, so that's cool.
So I don't need to clean anything up over here. I'm good.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I like the variety of your spinning.
Well,
Mark.
Well, they're all just really big, hard spins.
But have you noticed we're not doing that thing where it keeps landing in the same spot on the wheel, though?
I know.
I mean, Helmsy he's not. That ain't happening to him.
Nope.
Mark, what do you say in Hickory, North Carolina, to Helmsy?
Wow, what a wheel.
I realize I just smoked you.
You could have waited another spin.
Hey, Rick,
the segment was over.
Here is a note to Rick reminding Rick to shut up. Here we go. Here we go. Is the pinball machine going?
I don't know.
It's an Avengers pinball machine. See there. Yeah. Me.
Wait a good one to end on.
It is. Meat. Hey, Hickory. Meat. Mark gets meat. Mark gets meat.
Tell John we said hello if you see him down at Walmart.
All right, so we'll put you on hold. We'll get all your information. $50 worth of meat coming to you from harryanddavid.com. Thank you, Mark, for watching the Rick and Bubba show, listening to it, whatever you do. How do you get the show there in Hickory?
Thank you so much.
We do in Hickory. How do you get it? YouTube. So you are.
I'm YouTube.
So you are watching. Okay, man. That's cool. I'm gonna put you on hold. Hey, great job over there, Greg. I need 3 goes on the total experience of the Wheel of Meat. Go! 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 There it is. Wheel of Meat put up for another week. Congratulations to all of our winners. Great job on the spins over him. Atta kid.
Attaboy. Had a way to slide in there.
Had a way to work.
Be the man.
Had a way to make it happen. Went to the bullpen, had a pretty good spinner come out of there. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. It's 15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866, we be big as a number. All right, so let's jump in. We haven't done any of this today, which I've kind of enjoyed it, but we still need to update. Let's Biden update.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up. Chuck, let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
Where did he go? Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
Basement Joe. Bubba, we're going to travel back in time. As everybody, hey, how's that Build Back Better treating you? Let's go 114 days back to July 19th, and inflation was starting to rear its ugly head. Here comes the leader of the free world assuring us not to panic about this inflation. Here we go.
On inflation, you mentioned unchecked inflation.
There's nobody suggesting there's unchecked inflation on the way. No serious economist.
Well, let me tell you, Mr. President, I'm from the future, and you couldn't be more wrong. 30-year high. 30-year high. Thank you.
We are 114 days into this inflation you said was not going to be unchecked and not going to last long. And as Bubba just said, the highest inflation in 30 years, record price increases, and supply chain in crisis, which kind of leads to the next thing. The president is now going to arrogantly say what, Bubba?
Rick, just let him say it, and then I'll comment.
Here he is. To those of you that think there's a problem.
Of container ships in the docks for more than 9 days fell by over 20%. And now we're announcing steps to improve ports in the East Coast, to provide support for the Port of Savannah, the fourth largest container port in the country, to help reduce congestion. With our help, they now have the funds they need to set up 5 new inland port sites in Georgia and North Carolina so goods can get closer to their final destination more quickly. And other ports across the country will have the resources they need to make these kinds of immediate investments as well. The challenge we need to meet here, and that my plan is going to help address, has to do with the supply chain. You hear a lot about the supply chains in the news, but frankly, not a lot of people have a clear understanding, whether they have a PhD or they didn't go to school, about how a supply chain works. It says easy to talk about it, but what's the impact on the economy, let alone how to fix it? It's perfectly understandable because supply chains are incredibly complex. As long as goods and materials are getting where they need to go on time, there's usually no need to worry about the supply chains. But when global disruptions hit, like a pandemic, they can hit supply chains particularly hard. COVID-19 has stretched global supply chains like never before. And suddenly, when you go to order a pair of sneakers or a bicycle or Christmas presents for the family, you're met with higher prices and long delays, or they say they just don't have any at all. The reason for that last year has a lot to do with most companies how they make their products today. In simple terms, supply chain is just the journey that a product takes to get to your doorstep.
Oh, really?
Raw materials, plus labor, assembly, shipping,
Well, I'll be darned.
everything it takes to create the finished product. These supply chains are complex. Even products as simple as a pencil can have to use the wood from Brazil, graphite from India, before it comes together at a factory in the United States to get. Last week, the number.
Okay.
I think you get the point.
Yeah, I just.
He
thought it was Charwet pencil thing.
yeah,
Somebody told him about that.
Yeah, that was good.
And they were going, please, now read it right.
Well, Rick, a lot of people I know are on the very edge of their seat about if their pencil's going to show up for Christmas. I know
right.
you'll join me in
absolutely.
that. Joe Biden has worked in D.C. for over 40 years. Trust me, if there's anybody that doesn't know anything about business, it's him.
No.
Okay, because he's never done it. Right. He's never done it. The only thing he knows about business is what somebody's told him or he has read in a book somewhere. The supply chain is complicated, and it was disturbed greatly by COVID-19. That is true. That is a fact, my friend. But the things that you have done since then has only made it worse.
Right.
That is just bizarre to me. And you said, well, Bubba, what the heck are you talking about? Well, let's try this. You're paying people to stay at home, not go to work. So there wasn't as many people in the supply chain. People are a key part of the supply chain.
Right, yeah.
I don't know if you knew that, but wood from Brazil and graphite from India doesn't just walk to the United States on its own.
No, it
I
doesn't.
mean, we've got some pretty cool robots, but they have to have people involved. You take that and then you turn around and you put ridiculous mandates on companies who are now having to get rid of people who wanted to work.
Right.
And you have complicated the shortage even more. So there is some people that don't understand the supply chain, and the main one is the president.
Yeah, right. Well, you know what else?
I hate to say that. Him and his people really don't have any clue what's going on.
And then to put on top of that I need more people, and then I look around and the government's putting more regulations on me.
Yep.
The government has cut off. We have left being independent when it comes to our fuel and our resources and our energy. We were energy.
Thank you.
We were energy independent.
Rick, thank you, because I omitted that by my own mistake. Fuel supply is one of the major costs of the supply chain,
That is
because the
correct.
supply chain is about moving things around.
That is right.
So it doesn't matter if you're sailing a ship, if you are running a truck, a train, an airplane, whatever. The number one thing that can disrupt that and the cost of that is fuel, whatever type it uses. So again, day one, I go in, I think I'm sharp. I do away with the pipeline that we're building, okay? Because Donald Trump wanted the pipeline, so I must be against the pipeline. Orange man bad. That's been my whole strategy.
Right.
But you fired people again, put them out of a job, good union-paying jobs who support you for some reason I've never understood.
I don't understand that.
You went right against
union supporting Democrats never makes sense to me.
You put more union people out of work with that one move than anything you've done or could have done. And then you turn around and you act like we don't understand the supply chain. We don't understand, don't know why the price at the pump's going up. It's all these things you're doing. And by the same token, let's just say you turned it around. He's raising taxes on everybody. That's another thing. If you came and said, look, guys, we're going to cut taxes. We're going to cut regulation on these businesses, not more. We're going to open this pipeline up. We're going to keep the one in Michigan going. We're still going to work on green projects. You can do that. You can have all that you want to. But we're going to keep doing this. Immediately you would see pressure on the market ease up.
Yep.
See, everything he does is like a vice, tightening pressure on the market, and that's what causes these problems. Real, perceived, or not, it all works together that way.
This thing of leaving energy independence and then crying again about how the cartel of all the OPEC and all this, they're like a cartel, and they won't start producing more. They won't turn it loose. They're like a cartel. Well, that's the reason why we went energy independent, so we wouldn't have to do that.
You know how you fight a cartel? You make them unimportant.
That's right.
And then they have no power.
And that's what we did, and we've gone back to depending on them again.
Crazy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show, LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You looking to fill a role at your company? Yeah, well, let me tell you what you don't have time for. You don't have time to be dealing with that and waste your time interviewing people that were really never qualified from the beginning. You can't even, you can't even. So let LinkedIn.com/Bubba help you. They'll put it in front of their 770 million people that are on LinkedIn.com, but you give them some screening questions, and then they narrow it down, and then when you get ready to do the actual interviews, you're only interviewing the most qualified candidates. You're not wasting your time on unqualified candidates. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You can post your first job for free. The first job posting is on us, because you listen or watch this show. Listen to or watch it. Go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba to do this. And I am talking about free, or you can go to rickandbubba.com. You can find it right there under the sponsors. But so a couple of things. We have this uncomfortable. The Vice President, Kamala Harris, she's very difficult to find. And when we find her, it's as if she doesn't quite know. I mean, when you have to get actors to pretend to be children for her to talk to about space, she's not able just to talk to any children we can get about space.
And remember, Rick, her big assignment that the president gave her was the border. And she went down there and almost got within an hour of it.
Yeah.
And held a press conference, came back, hadn't been back, problem not solved, and we have more people headed to the border. We've heard reports of that over the past month. Her popularity numbers are historically low, even worse than the president.
Here's Kamala Harris, and I must warn you that our vice president is about to give you secondhand embarrassment. You know that thing when you get around people that speak another language and you're still speaking English, but you try to drop an accent in there?
I'm bad about doing that too.
Right,
and maybe she's got that same problem.
Of course, you're not vice president, but
No,
anyway.
nowhere close,
Bubba,
really.
this is at the Pasteur Institute in Paris, talking to scientists, and you're going to hate the fact that she's got a mask on the whole time, but here it is.
With us in government, we campaign with the plan. Uppercase T, uppercase P, the plan. And then the environment is such that we're expected to defend the plan. Even when the first time we roll it out, there may be some glitches and it's time to reevaluate and then...
Anybody know what that means?
Was she trying to be Pepe Le Pew saying the plan?
This is a plan.
She sounds like the guy on Fantasy Island.
Capital T.
The plan.
Does that make you feel?
What was she trying to say?
Greg, how many times have we said that?
She looked as if she was talking to a 3-year-old.
I know.
I think she was sent
She's
over
vice
there
president.
to try to repair the hurt feelings from the nuclear submarine deal that we scooped the French on with the Australians. They got all tore up about that. So she's back over there now working
The
with
plan.
the plan. Capital T, capital P, the plan.
It's not even a good French accent.
I don't know what that was.
I don't even.
She could just throw on that cackle. That she
It's
has in there.
very, very made us all extremely uncomfortable, and so Jimmy Kimmel immediately wants to come to the defense of what Bubba talked about. Her approval rating 28. Is that right? 28%.
That was one of them I saw. Yeah.
It's very, very low. It's
barely one.
She's
in 4.
sitting about 28, and president is about 38 to 40.
Yes, so
depending on what you look at.
So when you
some good numbers there, folks.
But Jimmy Kimmel, riddled with white guilt,
Yeah.
wants to run out. Now we forget the way that Jimmy treated women when he and his little buddies had the man show. Remember that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. So
Women on trampoline.
Trampoline bouncing.
Also, Jimmy
in
had,
blackface.
and
Forgot that.
Oh,
Jimmy
right.
has also dressed in blackface.
Well, how's he?
But
This is where all his guilt comes from.
yeah, this is where he's trying to make things right in
He's
the
trying
world.
to cover his tracks.
So
Sure.
Jimmy really believes that there's no way that anybody disapproves of Kamala Harris on her merit. Nobody. Now, does anybody remember when the Democrats had a shot at her? They also
She was the first drop from the list.
didn't she at one time have less than 1% of the vote?
Yeah. She
Guys.
was the first candidate to say,
So-
see you, good day,
So
because
are
nobody wanted her.
So are Democrats racist and misogynist because they wouldn't let her be their candidate?
Well, that doesn't play well to Jimmy's.
And Rick, there's people for them to get elected, her on that ticket, who approved over to vote for her that are now disapproving with the job she did, or the number wouldn't be that low. So there are people who didn't have a problem with her, obviously her race or
You're
her
right.
gender,
Right.
who disapprove of her now because of her performance.
It
Right?
could-
Just by the numbers, they have to. Those people have to be factored in.
I honestly don't think the low approval rate of our vice president has anything to do with her gender or ethnicity.
No.
But Jimmy Kimmel says I am wrong. Her approval rating would be higher if it wasn't for sexism and racism. And I'd like to know how Jimmy can prove that. He
Well,
says,
I guess you could make that argument that Trump's numbers was bad because of Trumpism.
That's yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's how much sense that makes.
Right.
Can't have it both ways.
But
there,
you can't
Big Jim.
ignore the facts.
Yes.
On the score sheet, on how have you done to this point, and just look at
Let
the
me
facts.
let me ask you this:
You're
has
losing the game.
What has she done? What performance has she had? What speech has she made that people went, yeah, I'm behind her.
Approved.
Jimmy Kimmel says no one even cares what the vice president does.
I constantly think about Willie.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
He says it's like criticizing a backup quarterback, but of course that does happen.
Sure.
But
I think everybody's criticizing the pair.
Yeah, he says that
I really think historically, given the president's mental state, that she has a golden opportunity. I mean, she could step up and really look sharp here. I mean, it wouldn't take a lot.
She could be the starting quarterback at any moment, too,
If
guys.
she just wouldn't say really dumb things and cackle. I think she could really have people going, wow, I wish she was president. If I was,
because there's not a lot of
if I appreciated and wanted their policies and I was a good socialist.
Yeah.
But she's fumbling that too.
Well, back to, though, she was a candidate the Democrats could have picked, and Democrats, not Republicans.
She was the first one out.
Democrats didn't even give her the time of day to even be remotely.
Buttigieg got further, guys.
Yeah,
exactly.
To Greg's point, if
wasn't
this
even
is
on maternity leave.
racist and sexism, then there's a bunch of Democrats who have gone that way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Which
they voted for them to be in office.
Which I don't think is true.
No,
so
of
it
course
could be.
not.
It could be she's just not a candidate that people get fired up about.
Yeah.
And she
Whatever.
whatever.
Been very impressive. And you can call her the backup quarterback, but buddy, she's close to starting with this, and we got in front of her.
Well, now one funny line Kimmel did say because of the
She
state,
might need warming up.
the state of Biden.
Picture the ball.
The state of Biden has gotten so bad that Jimmy Kimmel, who is a raging liberal, even says it probably doesn't help her that if every time she stands next to him, she looks like an assassin. because
That was funny.
Yeah, that's a funny line. We're going to give him credit. So now, Bubba, you said Peloton.
Credit where credit's due.
Yeah, now Peloton is going to weigh in.
Okay, so you have your family has a Peloton.
Yes, we have a Peloton.
And you talked a little bit about
Rick wears it out.
The company has been wildly successful. I mean, they have great ads. You see that and you think, oh yeah, man,
Right up to the treadmill, sucking that kid under it.
that a little bit, but
thanks, Greg.
Wow. We all saw the video.
There's a curiosity factor, I think, with Peloton with people who don't have it. That I would certainly be involved, but they're doing a good job because a lot of people do enjoy it, even though it's an expensive thing.
Yeah.
Apparently, they're getting good results because it's in demand. It's a lot like Mac computers and a lot of other things.
Right. Yeah.
So
people copying it.
But now a story out that Peloton is accused of blocking users from using the hashtag Let's Go Brandon on its platforms to connect with other users with similar interests.
It just sounds ridiculous.
It does.
Because it does not meet their guidelines.
Okay. Peloton's guidelines. I thought their guidelines were how to lose weight and be in better
me
shape.
too.
Yeah.
All that.
Plus,
I think that's all we need from
Plus,
Peloton.
I told you, if you pick the wrong trainer, they'll cuss and raise Cain and all this kind of stuff too. What standard are they talking about?
So the fitness company, famous for its bikes, gives members access to a Peloton app where they can post their workout along with tags to connect to other Peloton users with similar interests.
Picture me doing that.
However, Peloton appears to have banned the use of the tag hashtag Let's Go Brandon. It sends an error message when the anti-Biden hashtag is used on their app, according to screenshots from PJ Media.
Are people screaming "Let's go, Brandon" while working out? What is this?
I guess
I may do it today.
I didn't know that was a battle cry from working out.
Well, I think they put groups together. Like, hey, I do Peloton, but I also enjoy
walks on the beach,
being a foodie. I like
I'm a gearhead.
I'm into this kind of music, or I'm into that. So apparently, the political
quit doing
thing they don't want those people to group together because they're all domestic terrorists. Everybody knows that.
One thing you have to ask: do they allow other nicknames and hashtags that have political.
Well, they
standing.
have all kind of stuff.
But so I mean,
but that one has, for some reason, does not meet their guidelines.
Well,
a little
Rick,
gray on there.
What group are you in with your Peloton friends?
What's your hashtag?
It's a very rare group that's on there. It's called hashtag Death the Deer.
There you go.
Can you imagine?
They'll yank that off.
Can you imagine how many few deer hunters there are on there?
Oh, Rick. But now you kind of bailed when you got your feet stuck in there and couldn't get off.
Yeah,
I don't lock in shoes. Couldn't figure out.
Well,
how to get them off.
one of my feet is so messed up. The movement you have to do to unlock yourself, it won't do it.
Oh.
So I can get off on one side, then I'm stuck on one foot and have to take my shoe off.
According to this story,
Pop it off.
according to this story, and I don't know if it's true or not, but the top 2 downloaded songs were both "Let's Go Brandon," one with Tyson James and one with Loza Alexander. So both of the "Let's Go Brandon" songs are 1 and 2, according to this.
Yeah, people may be upset about the president, even people on Peloton. There's a lot of people who don't think he's doing a good job. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is a number. As we make our way back, and thank you for being with us. All right, so some things that we need to hit before this show ends today. Well, I was told this was probably going to happen by someone that has some expertise in this area. Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin has been named in the lawsuit stemming from the fatal shooting of the cinematographer. Is it Helena?
Yeah, something like that.
Helena Hutchins on the set of the movie Rushed. So Alec Baldwin, along with the person who was in charge of the guns and also an assistant director, all have been named. So Alec is named.
Oh, yeah. You knew it would be.
Well, and I got that from a weapons expert who said the problem Alec is going to have, and we may even think this is unfair, and then the court may sort it out and not hold him responsible. But he says there is as soon as you are the person with the gun in these type of situations, when you now take ownership of the gun and it kills someone, you can be held accountable too that you didn't check it. Now, I'm not saying that's fair, but he's just saying, and it may work out that they go, this is a process we go through, and you won't be held accountable for it. But I was told he will have to be interviewed and vetted out on, now, whether we're going to hold you accountable too, since you're the one who actually shot the person.
And he's going to try to have a press conference about it on the side of the road again.
Yeah, that could.
That was bizarre.
I hate to break this. The supply and demand may also affect things involving Christmas, Bubba, that we didn't count on. Santa Claus. They're saying Santa's got to be a lot of places.
Oh yeah.
And the cost of fuel, even though he usually travels by reindeer.
Well,
corn
prices are up too.
Yeah, but everything. But they're saying there is a demand for Santa to be a lot of places, and there may be more demand on Santa than Santa can fulfill. So they're saying that not just restaurant workers, truck drivers, and people willing to work in retail are on short supply. They're saying Santa is going to have issues because he also has a team. I mean, there's a lot of things that go with getting Santa to a place where you can meet him, and they're saying you may look and see that old red chair sitting there with nobody in it this year. Couldn't get there.
Well, we'll all have to just hope for a little Christmas magic. Really.
Well, I mean, let me tell you, we're going to need some Christmas magic to. They said the demand for Santa, because Santa kind of shut it down last year for the pandemic. The demand for Santa to be somewhere 120% up.
Did you happen to see the pictures of the lady? Her name is Dana Nessel. She is the Attorney General for the state of Michigan. Did you see her passed out at the Michigan State game?
She got cranked up at the.
She's coming clean today.
Yeah, she has apologized for her behavior. Said she made a mistake. Said she blamed the incident on 2 Bloody Marys on an empty stomach for making her feel
that means
ill.
Let me translate that. That means 4 Bloody Marys.
Yes, it does.
And she was not ill; she was passed out.
She's having.
She said 2, and she meant 4.
Went to see the old Michigan State football game and tied on a good one.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, no one believes, ma'am, or Attorney General. No one believes that you only had 2 Bloody Marys on an empty stomach. No one. I mean, this
there were some shots involved.
This kind of drunkenness, and you saying that your staff was trying to keep you from becoming sick on some of your constituents, so that 2 Bloody Marys, I don't care empty stomach or full stomach, does not result in that kind of behavior.
Well, when you add about 4 shots with it,
right,
and some salt and a lime,
right.
The Michigan Freedom Fund executive director of that said the issue is not that she got embarrassingly drunk at our state's most watched public event. It's that she is completely erratic, irrational, and lacks judgment.
He's right.
Didn't they roll her out in a wheelchair?
Yes. Yes.
Has Queen Gretchen spoke on this yet?
She's probably pretty quiet here. They're in the same party, so.
And she says, sometimes I mess up. This was definitely one of those times. My apology to the entire. What about when you have to apologize to the entire state of Michigan?
And then says, especially the Michigan fan sitting behind me.
Some things you can't unsee. Yeah, that's that Lex. You know,
that's a good
it's
picture.
kind of what her.
Greg, there's a good picture.
Yeah, Greg, there's your AG right there.
There she is.
You got her Michigan hat on.
They lost.
This is interesting too. I saw this headline and I didn't. This is somebody else is going to have to enlighten us on this a little bit. It said Florida to consider withdrawing from OSHA oversight due to vaccine mandate. Governor Ron DeSantis called a special session of the Florida lawmakers to address the federal COVID-19 regulations, or in his words, overstep.
Yep.
Can you just pull out of OSHA?
I saw that headline too, and I was afraid of the story because I'm like, can you do that?
OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration that oversees workplaces. Well, let's be honest. OSHA was created, again, with the right idea in mind, that we wanted to make the workplace safe and have some consistency in those ideas.
Probably not the government's role to do that.
But, again, it's turned into a giant tyrant dictating everything you have to do and how you have to do it, and now telling you about your health, what you got to do. I don't think anybody in their wildest dream thought OSHA would be dictating whether you got a shot or not, ever. At any point.
I know, but again, they never know. I hate to keep using the homeowners association.
Yeah,
it's
an expansion of power that I don't think they constitutionally have. Can I put it that way?
No, I mean, guys, you've all seen it in your neighborhood, and there's exceptions, and I'm glad that there are. But this person that everybody likes, and then all of a sudden you give him or her the homeowners association leadership role, and they become this monster that you never knew, because they just can't. People like to tell other people what to do.
Yeah,
I mean, and they love to say,
you
"I've
drift
got
that way no matter what you do."
We've all got a little king complex, and we're like, in the government, it's really simple. Just understand that's how it works. So don't give the government anything that, if they decide to abuse it, could destroy and ruin your life.
There's just some.
They
irony.
can't handle it. They've never been able to handle it.
Yeah, there's some irony there that they always want to meddle in areas where they do not have constitutional authority, but yet will pay no attention to the things and the jobs they are given to do, and don't seem to be interested in that, like guarding the border.
Yeah, it's like the person that you go over, because I love when they put public servant on their cards. It's like inside the church. You go, congratulations, you've lived your life as a man of integrity. We're going to make you a deacon in the church, so we need you to clean up the fellowship hall after the dinner. And the person's saying, well, I know that's what I'm supposed to be doing, but I don't want to do that. I want to go over and tell everybody what to do. Well, that's not what you. This leadership role is for you to be the person to make sure that the food pantry is working. We're feeding people we're supposed to be feeding. It's a servant's role. Yeah, but I want to tell everybody what to do. Well, no, why don't you go do what that role actually calls for? And like you said, they don't want to do those things, but they want to do everything that they don't have the power to do. But they'll find a way to have it. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Ooh, there is no other waking on their blubber.